Hello everybody, wherever you are in the world, welcome to the world's first Biennial Dangerous Goods web show. And we're delighted to have had probably over 270 delegates now registered for this event. So on behalf of our sponsors and contributors, I would like to thank on behalf of Labeline Limited all your support. Now, my name's Richard Shreve. I will be sort of hosting the day, and I'll be supported by Jocelyn Dropper here, who is our IT manager, and she'll help you through the control panel issues or any technical issues you've got. During the day, you'll see on the control panel, you've got a little orange box with a white arrow. That white arrow can minimize or maximize your control panel as you like. And there's also a questions box further down, which you can use to ask your questions to the presenters. And we'll ask them to field some of those questions at the end of each presentation, those that we've got time for. Those we don't have time for, they will be kept and will be answered outside of the event and will be available on our website at a later date. Any technical questions you've got, please put those into the questions box as well, and Jocelyn will do her best to answer you with those. So this event is being recorded, and if you've registered for it, then you'll be able to access it at a later date via our website. So without any further delay, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, and that's Phil Rice from Abloy, who's going to talk about security in the transport of dangerous goods. Phil, are you there?
Right, hey Richard, I believe I'm up and running now. I hope you can, hopefully you can see the right screen on the slideshow.
Yep, all good. I will now wish you all the best. Speak to you.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Richard, for the introduction, and thank you everybody for taking time to listen to my segment here on the Dangerous Goods web show. Really do appreciate your time, and hopefully you find this presentation of interest. So a quick overview of myself. My name is Phil Rice. I've been in the security industry, security hardware access control industry to be specific, for over 13 years. I spent 9 years at Abloy UK. I'm now the Transport Market Development Manager. I have responsibility for road, sea, and cargo sectors. I've previously worked in a variety of roles, including production and product management. So I have a more technical background, and it allows me to get involved in detailed solutions and develop products for customers. And this is a side of the job for me I really enjoy, delving back into that background. It's something that I really do find a lot of interest. Oh, sorry, I think that's just jumped on me, that one. Apologies. So I will openly say that, you know, from our point of view, the transport subsectors I'm responsible for a very new territory for Abloy UK, and although challenging, certainly very interesting. You know, working with new partners to understand and develop new solutions and relationships. So to give you an idea of who we are at Abloy UK, for those that don't recognise the brand, Abloy UK have been supplying the nation's infrastructure and commercial high security market for over 50 years. We're headquartered in the West Midlands. We've dedicated internal and external staff to support our customer base. Yeah, we pride ourselves on achieving our company mission, which you can see on the screen in front of you, and That is to protect people, property, business operations on land, at sea, and in the air, in all circumstances. As a mission, we achieved very well. We have sales of, in 2018, sales of 19 million. It went over 20 million for 2019. I suppose we've been a bit unfortunate, like a lot of people, with the lockdown and the COVID scenario we find ourselves in, that sales has dipped slightly, albeit the work and the challenges we face have really kind of stepped up. You know, we do support our critical infrastructure partners throughout the whole of the lockdown, so our service be very high up. Apologise, I think the screen's been a bit weird here, but I do apologise for that. So Abloy form part of the global ASSA Abloy group, who's a world leader in door opening solutions. In the UK, the ASSA Abloy organisation achieved sales in excess of £200 million. So a very large company, many brands that you'll recognise in that group. So we work together to leverage across and make sure our customers get full benefit across a range of different sectors. So at Abloy, what do we do? Well, we recognise we need to be more than a supplier. As you can see, we are affiliated with many different associations, and we, sorry, I mentioned, so some you may recognise, such as REBA, maybe more likely the CPNI. So by listening to and developing products in alignment with the likes of CEN, CPNI, NACTSO, and the National Cybersecurity Centre, we make sure our solutions provide not only first-class functionality, but most importantly, maximum security. Through all this, we've become a trusted advisor to the UK security market. And listed on the screen, you can see a few of the different customers that we work with across a few different sectors. So that gives you a bit of a background into myself, into Abloy, and the ASSA Abloy group as a whole. So when I was thinking about this presentation and trying to keep it topical, I wanted to think a little bit outside the box. I didn't want to present to you all that you already know as transport sector experts. So I decided to look at our experiences at Abloy as a whole, and how the security industry is changing, especially within the critical infrastructure. Hopefully, this approach will get you thinking and consider any potential benefits to your respective business. So the line I've gone down is seeing how digitalization really is going through the markets. So high security isn't enough. High security is a given with Abloy. I mean, what more can you offer? And that's the question we come up across every day. They always want to know, what else have you got? With high security is great, but we need more from you as a business. And so, that's really the biggest change over the last few years, from our point of view, is the need to balance security and operational efficiency. When you work as we do, in very in regulated high security environments, it's natural to want to offer belt and braces solutions, but security, without consideration for operational efficiency, really means that solutions will not be bought, used properly, or embraced if they are taken on board by one side of the business. So on the flip side, it's easy to default back to highly efficient solutions that negate security or offers the minimum, something that offers the minimum required. You end up with a very highly efficient solution, but security is not something that it takes any precedence at all, and this is something we come across all the time. So getting the balance is vital. There is no better time to consider that balance. We live in the information age right now, and technology is causing disruption and change every day. Security industry and security products, we have a great opportunities, great opportunity to push forward the industry and that we work in, to enhance the security, but also gain operational efficiency, and ultimately by doing that, aiding the growth of our partners that we work with in every sector. So what are the biggest opportunities? Well, from our experience, the critical infrastructure is digitalization. Integrating electronics and mechanical locking solutions has pushed Abloy out of its comfort zone, and it has, by doing that, it has grown our business internally and externally, not just from a sales point of view, but just from a mental point of view, how we go about doing what we do. It really has grown the markets we can work with, which is why we're looking more at the transportation, for example, because of the solutions that we provide. Digitalization offers not only internal benefits to businesses, but also a lot of benefits to its customers. Digitalization, allows us really to look beyond the traditional. Can you sell your locking solution to your customer? Well, as it is, probably not really. A customer will be happy to know that you've secured the cargo or the assets, with the best products available, maybe the most secure. What if you could offer them more? Maybe you could offer them data that provides them with savings, makes them more efficient. As locking solutions go through a development of digitalization, it allows markets such as transportation and many others to look beyond a lock, to see what benefits not normally associated with locking can be provided. To put it simply, a lock, sorry, this is jumping for some reason today. A lock is just a lock, simple as that. But until it provides data, who opened me, when, where, how long was it open for, when does it require maintenance? Why should a lock open everywhere and anywhere? Why not only open when you're inside a specific geolocation? In fact, why should I have keys when I can use a mobile phone to gain access? Put it further, why should a driver, for example, have access at all? Why not provide access rights when it's reached its destination within the specific geolocation mentioned? Can we look to integrate the locking solution into the VTS of the truck, for example, to offer further data and greater security? Bringing together digitalization and physical security only takes one lock, one digital lock, and we can bring those two together for the benefits of yourself and potentially your customers as well. So we want to bring together digitalization and physical security, sorry. But what does this new solution look like? Well, it could look like a key, or it could be a phone. By building on top of the key, rather than trying to reinvent it, we can achieve the necessary step in evolution. This evolution, goes further. When we put the principles of a key into an app on a smartphone, and thus providing us with a digital key. We can put time schedules, revalidation, combined with access profiles to create a controlled but flexible access system. Highly encrypted and sustainable physical security mean that we can install anywhere in the world and still control access to assets. So the benefits so getting connected. So by integrating electronics into the system, we do introduce a wealth of new features. Imagine you're at your destination, you require access to a padlock. You have a key in your hand, it has the right mechanical code to operate that lock. On top of that, it needs to have the right electronic access profile to operate the lock, and it needs to have a valid time schedule. But then you also have to get out your phone. You have to prove your identity, either by typing in a unique code or providing your biometric identity. Without laying a single cable, without providing any wireless network, without even a phone signal, you can create 3-factor authentication and an identity check anywhere in the world. Connecting the use of the key to the phone, rather than just using the phone as a credential, removes any power issues and also removes the need to secure information to be held on the device itself. But imagine what else it can bring. Location services that automatically enable your key. And now sorry, there's something going wrong with my slides here. I do really apologize. Location services automatically enable your key when you're near the right lock. Checklists or permits that don't turn the key on until certain actions have been completed. The possibilities really are endless. Software. Well, software is a big word in 2020, encompassing all kinds of applications. What does it introduce for security? Well, for us, visualization is a major benefit. Many of our customers have hailed the visibility as one of the most unforeseen benefits of introducing an electromechanical key system. Now they know where their locks are, who has access to them, and when. But then there's so much more we can do. Analytics, big data, reporting, artificial intelligence, automation, and integration. All this becomes possible, particularly when a manufacturer takes an API-first approach to product development, ensuring the products are built with interconnectivity in mind. There's a reason, simply that Google allow Amazon and Microsoft to run apps on their Android operating system. There's a reason Cisco allow Netgear and TP-Link, for example, to run devices on their network. BT allow major competitors to utilize their cables. The reality is, in a software-led world, in a computer-led world, no one can do everything well. By building a product with API-first philosophy, you build something that can leverage the best from everyone. Customers that have permit-to-work systems, existing access control, analytics, and reporting systems can all benefit. It allows them to lock those locations unreachable by their conventional system and still reap the benefits of data and software services. So it's, as I said, it's not all about security. We try to build business cases to provide a return on investment. By implementing a digital product solution, you have a system that is designed not just next year, but for the long term. The data provided by key usage, flexibility of this system to be able to incorporate redesigns and integration into the next generation technology means you really are future-proofing your business. So a quick look at an example of return on investment, albeit from a different sector. I thought it might be of interest. We originally approached the healthcare market as a business as a security company would. The opportunity as we saw it was that controlled drugs within hospital were secured in basic cabinets, basic locks, and they were an ideal security upgrade. But the reality then kicked in, and we realized that high security was only a small part of the interest. And if we wanted to succeed in this area, we had to truly understand life in a hospital and work very closely with nurses and doctors to develop a solution that provides a return on investment. So we put together a trial, and as you can see on the slide, it was clear that the biggest issue for the hospital at the time, the biggest issue for the hospital was time. They were losing 250 minutes per shift on a ward. So we worked to develop a locking solution that would gain time and make the hospital more efficient. Again, on the slide, you can see just by digitalizing their locks on the cabinet, they're able to get a return on investment of the equivalent of 24 extra nurses every day across the trust. 600% return on investment in 12 months. So although this case study, may seem a million miles away from the transport sector and dangerous goods, but for me, I believe it has some more similarities than you might think. Efficiency is more important than security. In this example, security doesn't drive the decision making like it might do in other sectors. Also, I don't think anyone at the hospital thought that they could gain so much just by changing the locks and keys on the drugs cabinet. Perhaps we have an opportunity within the transport sector to utilize the digitalization of locks to make gains where it wasn't even considered before. So another aspect we're always coming up with for potential return on investment with customers is the environment and reducing carbon footprint. This topic has been discussed for many years and is still a big priority. Again, an example within the wider critical infrastructure market, there's a company looking to digitalize their locking solution, and they found two of the many benefits they could achieve: saving hours of time driving, from an environmental perspective, save litres of fuel. But these benefits all came from attended visits and key collection, because it was too high risk to give each necessary party a mechanical key for fear of loss. So now they have an electromechanical key system. Everyone needs a key, has a key, but most of those keys don't open anything at all until they need to. It's that straightforward. I truly believe, when we work together with anyone, the opportunities to provide a benefit to the environment from a carbon footprint point of view, they very often turn up. Very rarely do we have an opportunity not to offer that kind of a benefit to a business. So, looking at another example of digital transformation, this is actually a global. This was a fuel transport company decided to enhance their setup through digitalization. So the process you can see here, although complex, it looks a bit more complex than it is. It takes a matter of seconds. And this is something that we offered to one of our global customers and providing a range of benefits. To quickly go through the stages, as you can see, point one, you've got a staff member would authenticate a key from a key cabinet and withdraw what we would call a click key, or a digital electromechanical key. At this point, an ERP system is working in the background, creating filling orders and assigning the right trucks. And then through the API integration, the VTS system is automatically updated with this information. The truck arrives within the geofence of the depot. The VTS verifies the truck's within the geofence. And then an integration between the locking solution and the truck. What happens then is sends the necessary access rights to the wall PD or the key programmer. So as soon as the truck arrives, the system knows. The staff member who earlier took the key out of the cabinet inserts the key, and once that's programmed, they then have the access rights as per the system has allowed them. Also at this point, an audit trail is created and downloaded from the key. So then the key can now open the lock on the truck, billing can begin, and the padlock is then locked after the filling, and the key returned to the cabinet, and the tanker can head out on its day. So now I appreciate this may not be something any of you deal with day to day on this webinar. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but just wanted to give you an idea of a solution that's only been possible to provide by utilizing the digitalization, utilizing the new technology available in the market. And I think new technology can be implemented into scenarios and provide benefits where it hadn't previously been considered. So, quick summary of this. So what are the key benefits we see to embracing digital transformation? Well, I think we've seen that you have the opportunity to enhance security, so access control of who, what, where, and when, better efficiency, opportunities to look beyond security to aid a more efficient business model, improved return on investments, whether it's time, money, or both. Return on investment can be gained, something that traditional locking can't offer. Future-proofing through integration and development. What's implemented now and can still be adding value year on year and not be a depreciating asset. So as I said before, I'm not here, definitely not here to tell anyone what the best way to do something is. My job is to listen, to work, to develop solutions that work for the businesses we work with. And you may well see greater benefits that we never envisaged. You can go, you are the experts. We understand that no two companies are the same, and we don't offer an across-the-board solution. We want to get to the heart of the world you work and help drive positive change. So thank you for that time, and I hope this has been of some interest. And obviously, if there's any questions, happy to answer them now.
Hello, Phil. Thank you very much for that. Yes, it's a very interesting presentation, and we do have a question from Jake Lake. He's actually asked the question. Legally, of course, the driver is responsible for the load on their vehicle, and partway through your presentation, you were talking about accessibility. The driver therefore needs to have access to the locked containers. Is that always going to be the case?
Yeah, it depends on how you set up the solution. So if you had, at the end of the day, you could let a driver have access, of course, if you wanted to, not a problem. If you wanted them to have access only when required, you could quite simply request codes or access from a control center, for example. So you have a flexibility in the system that could offer you two types of solution, depending on the risks, depending on what you were trying to achieve. But yeah, you could make it so the driver's always got access. But also you could have selective access as well. Okay,
that's fine. It's the only question we've got relating to that. So
absolutely fine.
I really appreciate your time, Phil. Thank you very much. And yeah, if there's any other questions, they can still be fielded, and we can air them on I'll send them to you, and we can put the responses on our website after the event. So thank you very much. Now I'll say goodbye now, Phil. Take care.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So having just had Phil there, we now have my former colleague, Caroline Rain. I'm going to now put Caroline on and Caroline is a very experienced dangerous goods professional. She is a former chair of the British Association of Dangerous Goods Professionals in the UK, and she is representing the National Chemical Emergency Centre. And there's a primary presentation. She's going to be talking about the regulatory updates from ADR 2021.
Thank you very much, Richard. Hopefully you can see my screen.
Excellent.
So thank you very much for that introduction, Richard, and thank you so much for having me along here today. It's really amazing to see how many registrants you've got, and the fact that you have managed to like the regulations, go very global. So well done to everybody at Labeline, including Keith and Richard. I guess I'd like to start by introducing NCAC. So NCAC has since 1973 worked alongside government, public bodies and private sector organisations facing complex chemical risk and compliance challenges. And today we don't only just specialise in chemical emergency response, we deal with all aspects of the chemical regulations and crisis consultancy. So I'm Caroline and I head up the regulatory team at the National Chemical Emergency Centre, where we deal with all aspects of supply and transport regulations. And I'm really pleased to be here today to give you an update on the ADR 2021 regulations. So the first thing I want to say is that these are the draft amendments to both Annex 8 and B of ADR, and they will come into force on the 1st of January 2021. Now, the main thing to understand here is that these are not yet formally agreed. There's absolutely no reason why they wouldn't be, but they're due to be agreed formally on the 1st of October 2020. And the first change I would really like to make you aware of, draw your attention to, is the fact that from the 1st of January 2021, we will no longer have ADR with the title European Agreement. We are dropping the European and it will just become the agreement. And some of us that are a bit more cynical might think that this is Brexit related, but actually it's more to do with the fact that there are so many other countries that are starting to sign up to these regulations. And most of you will be aware that we've had Tunisia, for example, recently sign up, that's quite clearly outside of the European Union. I also want to add in a mini disclaimer that these are not all of the changes. I have just given you a high-level overview. You must obviously check the regulations or ask your dangerous goods safety advisor if you are unsure of the regulations. First thing then is we see an introduction of 4 new UN numbers. Only 4, I hear you say. Yes, only 4. As I will mention towards the end of this presentation, COVID has meant that the conversations and negotiations were cut early, and therefore there are not as many changes as we would normally see through an ADR update. So here we have 4 UN numbers. We have 3 that will be falling into Class 1, and then UN 3549 that will fall into Class 6.2. And as soon as we introduce in any new UN numbers, we must also ensure that we assign all of the different parts throughout the regulations. So I'm going to work through this now chapter by chapter and start at the very first place, which is chapter 1. And because we have these new UN numbers, we must understand whether or not they fall under the small load exemption of ADR 1.1.3.6. And we can see that 2 of the new UN numbers will be covered by the exemption of 1136, the small load exemption, but will not fall into the security provisions. And then we can see that the new UN number 3549 is not covered by the exemption of 1136. We then further move on into chapter 1 to look at the exemptions related to the transport of electrical energy, storage and generation devices contained in equipment for operation during its use. And we're adding in some clarification saying that it's except for equipment such as data loggers and cargo tracking devices, which then only become subject to the requirements of 5.5.4. So it's a nice little exemption for those of you that are dealing with data loggers and cargo tracking. Also in chapter 1, we see new definitions included for dose rates, slight typo there, apologies, for dose rates, and also a definition for the IAEA regulations for the safe transport of radioactive material. We also see definitions amended for self-accelerating temperature and self-accelerating polymerization temperature, transport indexes, tank containers, port tank operator, and we see the updates to the GHS model regulations, and the manual of tests and criteria have been updated. So the version numbers have been updated because we're obviously 2 years along in the process. And we also have the radiation level deleted from the definitions. Still sticking with chapter 1, we will see that the word maximum has been removed twice from this paragraph here, covering the responsibilities of the filler. So the filler is now responsible during the filling of the tank to observe the permissible degree of filling and the permissible mass of contents. And also under roles and responsibilities, or duties I should say, in chapter 1.8.5, the unloader is now concerned by the accident report, and that accident report is defined in ADR 1.8.5.4. We also see a new entry into the table in chapter 1.10, the security provision. So we see a new high risk entry being added in, and we see the following role being added into the table here for division 1.6. So that's a very quick summary of the main changes within chapter 1 of ADR. If we move now on to chapter 2, we can see that we start looking at waste. So we're in ADR chapter 2.1.3.4.3, and we can see that used articles, for example, transformers or condensers containing a solution or mixture, shall always be classified under the same entry of class 9. And then we have some exemptions from that. So generally these used articles, waste used articles, will be classified as class 9 unless they fall into the two exemptions, if you like, that are listed here. So perhaps they don't contain any additional components other than polyhalogenated dibenzodioxanes and dibenzofurans of class 6.1, or where we have components of packing group 3 of the classes that are listed here. Or it may be that they don't have some of the hazard characteristics that are indicated in ADR 2.1.3.5.3. We also see a change in the class 6.2s, where the definition for medical or clinical waste has been amended, and it will now read as medical or clinical wastes are waste derived from the veterinary treatment of animals, the medical treatment of humans, or from bioresearch. And still sticking with class 6.2s, we also have some clarification around category A infectious substances that must be assigned to UN number 2814 or to UN 2900 or to UN 3549. Don't forget that's our new UN number that has been introduced. And it goes on to say that solid medical waste containing category A infectious substances generated from the medical treatment of human or veterinary treatment of animals may be assigned to UN 3459. And it shall not be used for waste from bioresearch or liquid waste. So here we've had the introduction of this new UN number, and we now have some text in the relevant chapter for class 6.2s that outlines the different requirements. We also have category B, infectious substances, that will be being assigned to UN 3291, and we have some examples there for the proper shipping names that are relevant for that UN number. I'm not going to cover very much at all on radioactives. Please feel free to get in touch if you want to go through some of the changes to radioactives throughout ADR 2021. There are changes throughout the regulations. So, for example, changes are predominantly within Chapter 1, but we also see a change in the classification chapter, Chapter 2, and also in 4, 5, and so on and so forth. But that's all I plan to say about radioactives. If you do have some more information that you would like to gain on radioactives, then please do get in touch. So moving on to Chapter 3, the first thing I want to draw your attention to is that for environmentally hazardous liquids and solids, the technical name may be provided in capital letters in column 2 of table A of Chapter 3.2. Now this is clarification around whether or not you can use small letters or capital letters, but there is this requirement that if the name does not include NOS and that special provision 274 is not assigned. And so we have an example here of UN 3082 where we can see environmentally hazardous substance liquid NOS paint and environmentally hazardous substance liquid NOS perfumery products. Also within chapter 3 we would see the changes to table A. So here is a reminder of the 4 new UN numbers that we are introducing into ADR 2021. So 3 for class 1 and the UN 3549, which we've looked at in a little bit more detail in chapter 2. These are the only changes to table A, and obviously their entries will also be updated within table B as well of ADR. So then the next part of chapter 3 is special provisions. There are around 25 special provisions that have been amended. The first one is that, and I haven't listed them all, I've only pulled out a few here. So again, my disclaimer, please do go back to the regulations to look at them in more detail. But the first one is special provision 363, which will be amended to include that where these UN numbers are being passed through tunnels, then the transport unit shall display the orange coloured plates, and that the tunnel restrictions do actually apply. So just be aware that if you are moving machinery or internal combustion or fuel cell, flammable liquid powered or flammable gas powered under UN 3528, 3529 or 3530, that you must make sure that it is placarded accordingly with orange plates and that you are aware of your tunnel restrictions. No update would be incomplete these days without something changing with regards to lithium batteries, and we're seeing a change to special provision 376, where we have an update around the requirement to have an assessment or evaluation, and it's being limited to the following criteria here. I am ready really now to move on to chapter 4, but before I do that, there is one other special provision I would like to draw your attention to, and this is a new special provision that has been included, special provision 390, and this is relating to lithium batteries when they're being packaged in combination, where you have some that are in equipment and some that are packaged with equipment, and there is clarification here around the marking that needs to be done for those packages. So this is a new special provision that gives clarification around the movement of lithium batteries and what should be marked and what shouldn't. There are also changes in the special provisions for nitrocellulose. So these are new special provisions. I haven't drawn attention to them in this presentation, but if you are involved with nitrocellulose, I draw your attention to them. And let's move on to chapter 4, I think. So chapter 4 on packing instructions. There have been nearly 30 of these that have been changed, albeit in a small way that they have been changed or updated. Packing 801A has been deleted, and then packing instruction 801 has been amended. This applies to UN 2794, 2795 and 3028, and also to used batteries of UN 2800. And we've added into the first part of the packing instructions. So if you can imagine the packing instruction on the table in ADR, the top part of the table refers to rigid outer packagings, wooden slatted crates or pallets. And we have added in this requirement, this bullet point that says batteries shall not leak under normal conditions of carriage, or appropriate measures shall be taken to prevent the release of electrolyte from the packaging. And in the second part of the packing instruction in the second table, under stainless steel or plastic bins may be used to carry used batteries, we have added in measures shall be taken to ensure that filled bins cannot lose their content. Packing instruction P903 is for batteries. So for packages containing both cells or batteries packed with equipment and contained in equipment. And we have seen some updates to this packing instruction for the transport of these batteries. And it goes on to talk about devices such as frequency in identification, RFID tags, watches, temperature loggers, which are not capable of generating a dangerous evolution of heat, may be carried when intentionally active in strong outer packagings. TP19 has also been updated within Chapter 4. At the time of construction, the minimum shell thickness determined according to Chapter 6.3.4 shall be increased by 3 millimeters as a corrosion allowance. Shell thicknesses shall be verified ultrasonically at intervals midway between periodic hydraulic tests and shall never be lower than the minimum shell thickness determined according to 6.7.3.4. We also see an amendment to the UN numbers and the letters UN, and it's specified that the height must be at least 12 millimeters high. That's a common theme right throughout the ADR regulations, where generally letters have to be at least 12 millimeters high, except for packages of 30 litres capacity or less, or 30 kilograms mass net or less, and for cylinders, and the requirements are specified there as well. And then also on to the end of chapter 5.2.1.6, we've got the following sentence that's being made at the end. And my apologies, we've moved on to chapter 5, even though my slide on the right says chapter 4. We've seen another change to the lithium battery mark as well. So in figure 5.2.1.9.2, we are seeing the terminology being changed around the size. So I've included the dimensions of the lithium battery mark at the bottom. So the minimum dimension is normally 120 millimeters by 110 millimeters. That's now being changed to 100 by 100 by 100 millimeters. And for small packages, we're reducing from 105 by 74 to 100 by 70 millimeters as well. So we're just seeing that change in the dimensions for the lithium battery mark. Also in chapter 5.4, we see an amend to the paragraph 5.4.1.1.1k, where we are discussing the carriage that includes passage through tunnels with restrictions for the carriage of dangerous goods. The tunnel restriction code given in column 15 in capitals within parenthesis, or mention the dash. We're also in chapter 5.3.4.1 seeing the fact that the first sentence needs to be replaced. So packages is being replaced with packages containing dry ice, UN 1845 as a consignment shall be marked carbon dioxide solid or dry ice packages. So just further clarification there around the packaging requirements. And then in chapter 5.4, we see a new subchapter that is introduced for dangerous goods and equipment in use or intended for use during carriage, attached to or placed in packages, overpacks, containers or loading compartments. It goes on to give the requirements for the dangerous goods. So for example, lithium batteries that are contained in equipment such as data loggers, and the fact that they are not subject to the full provisions of ADR other than those that are listed there. And those of you that deal with lithium batteries or are aware of their volatility will agree that they should be in use or intended for use during carriage, that they should be contained dangerous goods, and they shall meet the applicable construction and test requirements specified in ADR, and the equipment shall be capable of withstanding shocks and loadings normally encountered during carriage. And then, of course, it also goes on to remind us in ADR 5.4.2 that when we are using or when we are transporting such equipment that is containing the dangerous goods, that we shall also look at the relevant entry within Table A of Chapter 3, all the other provisions of ADR will apply. Let's move on to Chapter 6, and we have a note explaining the asterisks after the clock. So we get an additional sentence. Well, actually, the last sentence is replaced, and it says, in such a case where the clock is placed adjacent to the UN design type mark, the indication of the year in the mark may be waived. However, when the clock is not placed adjacent to the UN design type mark, the 2 digits of the year in the mark and the clock shall be identical. So this is looking at the clock that is put onto the design type mark versus the UN number and where the year should be going as well. Also in Chapter 6, we get confirmation of practice that is already being applied. So where packaging conforms to one or more than one tested packaging design type, including one or more tested IBC or large packaging design type, then the packaging shall bear more than one mark to indicate the relevant performance test requirements that have been met. And where more than one mark appears on the packaging, the mark shall appear in close proximity to one another, and each mark shall appear in its entirety. And like I say, this isn't anything new. It has been being common practice for quite some time now. In Chapter 7, 7.5.11, we see an amendment to CV 36. So I think the bit to draw your attention to is the part where it says gas exchange between the load compartment and the driver's cab shall be prevented. The requirement to have the terminology or the words warning, no ventilation, open with caution, not less than 25 millimeters high has not changed. It's the addition of having this prevention of the gas exchange between the load compartment and the driver's cab that has been introduced into this. And then for Chapter 8, for Class 1s, we are limiting the need for constant supervision for high risk classified goods, and so we are saying that only those that are subject to the provisions in Chapter 1.10 security requirements shall be supervised in accordance with the security plan. We then see the replacement of the second paragraph. In addition, vehicles carrying more than 500 kilograms of these substances shall, when subject to the provisions, be supervised in accordance with the security plan at all times to prevent the malicious act and to alert the driver and competent authorities in the event of loss of fire. And then in S21, we're deleting the second sentence and we're adding in another paragraph to say, in addition, these goods shall, when subject to the provisions of 1.10.3, be supervised in accordance with the security plan at all times to prevent malicious act and to alert the driver and competent authorities in the event of loss or fire. And then finally, we make it to Chapter 9. And there is a new paragraph that's being added after the first paragraph, which will say that the vehicle shall not be used for the carriage of dangerous goods after the nominal expiry date until the vehicle has a valid certificate of approval. So again, further clarification in Chapter 9 here. At this point, I'd like to let everybody know that having gone through the most significant changes for ADR, you will see that we don't have a massive amount of significant changes. I think this is partly due to COVID-19. So the last meeting of experts to be held at United Nations was postponed, which had meant that we missed a whole meeting where perhaps further clarification would have been done on things like the special provision that allows us to transport environmentally hazardous in limited quantities, and we were looking to extend that further. It has also meant that actually at this point in the year that we had actually understood what the changes were going to be much earlier than we would normally do in the process as well. But it means that it is a much smaller update this year for ADR 2021. COVID-19 has introduced lots of disruption to the supply chain, and we've seen lots of derogations and special agreements that have had to be introduced, many of which are coming to an end. So we've seen exams cancelled and therefore DGS8 certificates extended. We saw driver's hours extended to help with the supply chain, specifically those that were transporting food, but also fuel and other important dangerous goods and pharmaceuticals as well, to keep the supply chain moving. And we're starting to see that settling down, and a lot of these exemptions and derogations and special agreements are coming to an end. But I think the point to make really is that we don't really know what's happening with COVID-19, and that there still may be disruption to the way that we are transporting dangerous goods over the coming months. And so do keep up to date with the regulations and what's happening. Do keep an eye on Labeline's website, on NCEC's website. Do get in touch if you have any questions. Always look on the UNECE website to see what multilateral agreements are in place, for example. And if you have any questions, then do obviously get in touch as well. And no presentation at the moment is complete without adding a part on Brexit. And really, I don't have too much to say on Brexit, other than to say that we will have a carriage of dangerous goods EU amendment regulation. It's not yet gone through Parliament yet, but it will come into force at the end of the transitional period, and it will give the Department for Transport the powers to be able to make amendments from the ADR regulations. It also introduces the row mark. So for those of you that perhaps know, the team at the Department for Transport row heads up the dangerous goods team, and the PI mark for transportable pressure equipment is being is no longer something that we can use, and therefore a new mark has been introduced, and it has been quite rightly named the row mark. I think the other thing that is worth mentioning, that Northern Ireland will continue to comply with the EU legislation. So whilst we'll see an introduction or a change to the CD regulations, Northern Ireland will be slightly different from the rest of us. And I think the other thing I wanted to update you on was that there are multilateral agreements being signed on a regular basis. In fact, the UK signed up to one at the end of August, and do obviously keep an eye on them as well. I want to thank you all very much for your attention. I'm very aware that the ADR updates are full of lots of chapter numbers and lots of words. Hopefully you've got them here in the slides now to refer back to them. I hope that was helpful. I'm going to hand you back to Richard. Thank you all for listening, and if you have any questions, then please do let me know.
Caroline, that was excellent. I think we're very lucky to have somebody so knowledgeable to explain the changes to the regulations that are coming up. And yes, we do have some questions. And first is from the US. It's Janet Kolodzin-Nikolin, who has asked, does ADR define bioresearch?
Bioresearch. That's a really...
Well, I guess it's quite topical with COVID and the like, so yeah.
Really good question. One I'm afraid I don't know the answer to. I must admit, I think until probably 6 months ago, I hadn't really done too much with anything to do with biohazards or the transport of biohazard waste, etc. I'm going to say no, it doesn't, with a disclaimer that I'm going to check and come back. I don't believe it does define anything, but I unfortunately don't know that chapter inside out and back to front, so I will check.
Okay, that's great. Well, as I've said before, we will be taking all the questions will be fielded by the presenters, and answers will be posted at a later date on our website. So that moves us on to the next question. It's actually from 4 people who have got a similar request, and it's something you kind of skipped over because maybe some of the text is small, but Kelly Eustace, Paul Dockery, and Jonathan Kendrick, Grant Beald all wanted to know a bit more about radioactives and what's happening with class 7s, and is there a summary document that could be produced in that area?
Do you know, yes, absolutely. I normally skim over radioactives because, as you know, Richard, people aren't normally that interested. My apologies for kind of just skipping over it. It normally isn't relevant to the audiences. I would be really happy to pull together a one-page PDF that outlines different changes. A lot of it is around the definitions and the scene setting, but I would be really happy to do that, and we can maybe share that when you share the recordings with everybody.
That's brilliant. Okay, so that'll be available on our website, and obviously you'll be doing it for NCC as well, I guess. So the other thing is, Chris Eldon has asked, is there a summary document for ADR? I know there has been in the past, and I did look for it before we did this, didn't we?
Yeah, so there are 3 documents that I have used to create this. They're all sat on the UNECE website. They're the reports from the working group. They are the WP15 249 document, along with an addendum and a corrigendum. So there are 3 documents that I have had to plough through to pull out all the changes. We do normally see a track changes version, but that's normally much later in the process. I suspect we'll see that December, maybe even January, where there will be a track changes version. The UN post that again on the UNECE website that shows all of the different track changes. I don't have a summary document just yet, but I guess we could think about creating one. But again, it would only have the high level changes, because I think if you wanted to go into the absolute detail, then you may as well just refer to those three documents from the UNECE.
Okay, and Michaela's just popped up with another question. I'd be interested in any changes to UN 2911. Now, I can't remember what that is. Do you?
No.
No.
And you know, my ADR books are really good at balancing to make my laptop a bit higher, so they're currently underneath my laptop. So I will, perhaps we could come back to Michaela separately, unless you.
I've got a spiral copy here, but of course it's 2019. So I think that's all the questions. The one thing I would say from the feedback we're getting, it was oh, sorry, Michaela's just said it's radioactive accepted material instruments. So that comes under the same umbrella that we were talking about earlier. Thank you, Michaela, that's brilliant. And the feedback we've got is that was a fantastic presentation. So thank you so much. And I hope it's been really informative. All the questions and answers will be available at a later date, and so will the recordings. So Caroline, thank you so much for that. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you again sometime soon.
Yeah, Richard, good luck with the rest of the event. It's been fabulous so far. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Okay, so our next presenter is going to a team of presenters. Actually, we have I'm just going to go to this screen here so that you can see the agenda. Some people might not have seen it yet. So our next presenters are Terry Harvey and Jason Dearsley. They're from the Carriage of Dangerous Goods, the Practitioners Forum, which was founded a while ago by the police to carry out enforcement and share ideas around the enforcement of the policing of dangerous goods. And we're lucky to have the chairman and vice chair of the forum to talk about enforcement, particularly when it comes to vehicles and what they're looking for. So I think for a lot of people that's going to be of interest. So I hope now we're going to I think we're ready now. So over we go. Gentlemen, are you there?
We're there. Hello, how are you?
Excellent, that's good. So I've switched over to you. So have you got your video screen up and running?
We have. There you go.
Excellent. And will you be on video as well as sharing your screen, or are we going to get you?
Just stand by. There you go.
Excellent.
Greetings.
Well, I hope that was a reasonable introduction. Jason's from Essex Police and Terrace and Suffolk Police, and they're both BGSAs, and they are driving forward, hopefully on a national basis in the UK and interacting internationally with others to try and get a consolidated approach to how dangerous goods are enforced in the UK. So, good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Hi there. I'm Terry Harvey. I'm based in Suffolk Police, dangerous goods safety advisor and an RPS. Been doing this sort of work for the last 10 years now. So what we're going to go through is just what the forum is, and then a bit about enforcement and what we do. So the forum was started back in 2000 by 2 officers, I've been told, in a pub somewhere in Manchester area. And the whole idea is to standardise across the UK hazmat enforcement. Bits of everyone done something different with 43 different forces, as you can imagine. So the initial meeting had the backing of what was then called ICAO, the Association of Chief Police Officers, which changed to the NPCC now, Department of Transport and HSE. Then at some point, I'm not too sure when, it's long before I got involved, the Health and Safety Executive has returned inspection powers to police forces. So on behalf of HSE and the Office of Nuclear Regulation, those who have signed up to it, we now are one of the enforcement agencies relating to carriage of dangerous goods. The forum what we run is generally a couple of times a year, different locations throughout the UK. Each force has its own point of contact or specialist, whatever you call them. They turn up and we all have effectively a good get together, if we call it that, but we talk about latest regulation changes, any incidents, documentation, training. We also have government agencies there, so they give inputs, any updates and things they've been involved in. And we also, very importantly, we have industry representatives as well. So I think people like the Road Haulage Association, Freight Transport, NCEC, so they can give their side of the world, which we don't always see because we're there enforcing it. We don't find what industry are saying and talk to. So, like I say, what we're doing then is twice a year we'll get involved. Some days before the forum we'll have check sites as well, or we'll visit dangerous goods premises, not from enforcement, but to visit them and see how they work, so we have a better understanding, so we can then pass it on to other enforcement officers. Sometimes, depending on what's going on, we might have during the forum a closed session. This is mostly just for police and a few government agencies, but we can share intelligence around any emerging trends. That includes any counter-terrorism issues which may come up. We have regular inputs from Department of Transport's counterintelligence and land security. And all industry can also raise any concerns about incidents they find or issues from companies who are not compliant to regulations. This information can be passed to us, and then we can pass it around to the country to other forces. Also, any new technology, so things like the telematics, things which are coming through to us, we give them updates on it, we can pass it around to all the members of the forum who attend. That is pretty much the basis of the forum. So next we cover is, well, Jason's going to cover a bit about enforcement and some of the issues we deal with.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. So we often get asked, what does, like, from industry, are always interested in not having their transport units stopped, and basically trying to obviously keep their loads moving from A to B as seamlessly as possible, so it arrives for the customer on time. And we're often asked, so what do we actually, what is it we look for as an enforcement officers out and about when we're travelling around? What do we really look for? So, and it's often quite an interesting conversation. What tells us to stop one lorry as opposed to what tells us to stop another transport unit? we often call it the cobbler's nose. But we have a little bit more around that. We're trying to get a bit more clued up. So what we do is we have some national checks every year, and there are weeks worth of activity that's in a calendar, and basically that's led by the National Police Chiefs Council, and they then ask for all the chief constables in the country to basically lay on this week of activity for all the forces to get involved with. So basically we lay a bit of a net across the UK and then try and see what we can pick up. So ourselves as enforcement officers, we then go out and that's what we then target for that week of activity. Obviously we look at when we are looking at stopping vehicles, we look and we go through poor marking. So actually, if your vehicle is not labelled correctly, obviously Labeline help your industry be compliant at all times. We look at that. If you are not, if you're using a cardboard cutout to put on as a class label, it's really unacceptable. So we look at that. That instantly tells us if there's a failing on the company there, then what else is going wrong. We then need to also stop that transport unit and have a look and start seeing what else is going wrong. Misleading markings sometimes will happen where they're not taking off the containers correctly, and they're half torn off, but are they meant to be? And the problem is, if they're ever involved in an incident, we need to know as the first responders whether or not actually it was an old set of chemicals or substance that was in there and it no longer is, or actually is that just there and just come off as part of the collision. So we're quite tight on that. Undeclared dangerous goods is one of those ones whereby it's undeclared, so we then will only ever find that when we do a routine commercial vehicle stop, or when we actually rely on industry and the public supporting us, because we are the police of the public and the public of the police. So we thought that we rely on them to help us if they think that somebody's moving something that's undeclared. We rely on that information flowing to us for us to target them. And the misunderstanding of regulations is an interesting one. You normally come across vehicles that are either inadequately signed or they're oversigned. Oversigned is not a bad thing because at least we obviously know what it's got on board. However, it can mean that there's somebody's trying to do a good thing and actually just misunderstood the regulations. And thankfully, the practitioners forum as a whole, we help to advise and guide as opposed to looking at punishing. And the whole one is we're trying to work with the industry just to make it much easier. Everybody wants to comply because nobody wants to have a workforce that is put on offer. So therefore, we all work together to try and hopefully educate everybody. And if it's a misunderstanding through our industry, or it's a misunderstanding that one of our enforcement officers has been overzealous and has therefore stopped one and misunderstood, then likewise we have that degree of ability to talk to one another in a structured environment that means that we can resolve the situation and move forward as friends. And we work on behalf of the Department for Transport. We work really closely with the dangerous goods team there, with Rob and Mo, and the HSC as well. We're great allies with, and we obviously on their behalf, as Terry alluded to, we have inspectors' powers given to us from them for us to get on and do the work of stopping these vehicles. And likewise as well, the Office of Nuclear Regulation with Jeff Frackleton and his team, we've worked tirelessly and we're about to roll out a new Class 7s training package, which then obviously will mean that our own enforcement officers will now be able to stop and inspect them as well. So we have this really structured approach where we do these 2 weeks of action a year, but likewise, as the slide suggests, we also just randomly stop and check vehicles through it. And it's all of these other little tells that give us that ability to have a look. And it may even be that the driver's on their phone or they're stopped somewhere where they shouldn't be. It's all those little bits which means we'll always be stopping and looking and we're always checking. So when we do actually stop, some people are interested as to what we actually use and what we fill out. And an average stop, to give you a rough idea, takes about an hour to go through properly when we go through all of the transport unit in itself. And the moment we've got that, we've initiated that stop check to get into somewhere nice and safe, then being able to interact with the driver, the transport unit, and sometimes the transport manager. We then fill out a form, what we call a 10500. It's regularly reviewed. So we've just recently bought our new variant, haven't we? Literally only about 4 months ago, whereby somebody in the industry indicated that actually one of the bits on there was actually out of date. So it's about us. We're not infallible, but what we do is we have that great relationship with everybody, whereby if we make a mistake, we put our hands up to it. We are human, But likewise, we also have that one of if we expect some sort of payback as well. So we therefore go and we will change and we'll adapt it as a really good way. So we'll fill out this form 10500. And basically it's stood the test of time. It is as simple as it is, and we start and we work through it. If I move it on to show you what it looks like, and it looks like that. So basically what we do is we then go through the form, and as you see, we just write down, it's quite clear as to what it is. We go through ADR, we check everything that we go along, hence why we ask for instructions of writing. Transport documents are really important. We often get asked around whether or not we accept electronic versions of it. Yes, we do, because as ADR says quite clearly that it must be in a readily accessible format. So if the driver can produce it on a readily accessible format when we ask, then he or she then complies with the regulations. We then record it all down on here. Some forces are more computer IT ahead than others, so you'll find that they'll actually complete one of these electronically now, which is much better, and it's a little bit quicker. We record that down. If there are any breaches and regulations, we then note that. And likewise, if we then issue a prohibition, sadly, on the transport unit, because there is such a risk to the safety of the public and to the driver, then we actually generate a separate form, and that form then also gets issued to the driver, and then one gets sent to the company separately. So the issue can be resolved. I'll move across, and then that's an example of what one of the prohibition notices looks like, and they're all roughly the same. So they just cover on there what, and we write it in plain English, so it quite clearly shows on there what the different what the offence is and what our issue is with that, and that's where obviously that gets taken back for the DGSA to do a report on as well. Move across again. So police officers and training, we alluded to. Training's been quite a big topic for us, and we've been working on it quite tirelessly now for about 2 years. As Terry and I, when we picked up the practitioners forum, we quickly recognised that there were pockets of excellence around our country. But however, some other areas, due to budgetary constraints, were not as well serviced in regards to being able to enforce the full framework for dangerous goods and the regulations. So we very quickly got heads together with the Department for Transport and the College of Policing, and what we've managed to do is bring up a training package that basically covers all enforcement officers. So the DVSA as well will also use the same training package that we do as police officers, because if the whole idea is if you're stopped by an enforcing officer, regardless of whether they are DVSA, the Driver Vehicle Standards Agency, or they're a police officer, they're trained to the same level. So if you're stopped in Cardiff, Carlisle or Canterbury as a haulier, you can expect therefore the same level of trained officers to be stopping your transport unit and asking the right questions in the right way. This training package is due to be rolled out nationally in the coming months, and we are almost towards the end of that, which is a really good thing for everybody. It's free of charge to all forces to use as well, which gets around the budgetary constraints and moving money around. So we should, as an industry and as the police, see more officers trained, because it's a free training package. So therefore we can we invested our time in it to hopefully make the country a bit safer, really. So we have different levels of training though in our police forces. So we have our initial officers that come in and walk straight off the street. They're our student colleagues, and they are trained in basically the general safety, isn't it? Don't lick it or touch it, because basically it could hurt you, and what to do for members of the public to get them to safety and then report. Then we then have our roads policing officers, and they are then trained, they are given much more things, so they can start to recognise offences and where they are, and once again, who to then go and ask for. And that will be their carrying dangerous goods prohibition trained officers, which we have. That is the initial training package that we just developed now, which basically means they are trained to be able to use the ADR books, and they will go through them, and they will then be able to, at the end, as long as their chief constable allows them to do so, to therefore issue a prohibition on a transport unit when now satisfied that a breach of a significant amount has occurred, and to obviously then look after and keep people safe. And then right at the top end of there is the dangerous goods safety advisors, which we are trained up and qualified in, and some of the forces are already there. They have DGSAs embedded within there. Some share them because they are collaborative partners, and they have access to them. The idea of the DGSA level being slightly above is that they then look at, and if there is a discrepancy in regards to a prohibition that's been issued, a very quick conversation can be had around checking to make sure that actually it is correct and it's lawful before obviously you move forward and cause any more pain to anybody. So we've got this national training package, and we're now looking at rolling it across. So there can be an expectation going forwards of being able to see in the coming years more officers out there with a better level of training to therefore keep us much safer, and to allow companies who are compliant to be able to be reassured that the regulations are being complied with, and those that aren't need to be very careful, because we're going to be starting to look more and be able to enforce more. That's it. The next one is, so over to you, Terry.
All right, thank you. So what we'll just talk about now is some of the common problems we do encounter. To give you some sort of idea, in the last couple of years, enforcement level, the amount of vehicles stopped has decreased, mostly because there's less road policing officers around. That is now starting to increase, but we are finding there's, whether it's down to officers looking a lot deeper into things, or companies just thinking, well, there's less of them out there, I'll risk a little bit more, we don't know. But currently this year, nationally, it's around 50% of all the hazmat vehicles being stopped, we're finding problems on. Now, those problems range from the minor little things. A seal has been broken off a fire extinguisher because the driver's caught it with their foot, we know it happens, but right up to significant spills, which we've had 2 major incidents in the country this year already. So out of all these vehicles, almost half of them we're finding problems on. But we still find the same old problems over and over again. Common problems, favourite one we all have is fire extinguishers. If you can see the pictures there, there's pictures I took in May last year. The fire extinguishers are 15 months overdue, their service dates. Now they have to be 12 monthly checked. 9 times out of 10, if it's a fire extinguisher problem, it's because of the dates. Quite often we find drivers will look at the discharge dates so when the fire extinguisher is completely emptied and refilled, they see that, think, I've got 2 years left on this seal, don't worry about it, put it back, or don't even look at it at all. So that's still quite a common problem fire extinguisher products for us. Same with the next slide, again, it's photographs of which were taken last year, and you can see the next service was due September 18. So it's one we try, although a lot of people say, well, it's just a service check, it's okay. I've been to jobs where a brake or a lorry turbo has caught on fire, the driver's got to use the fire extinguisher, it's failed for whatever reason. So it's important they are checked and serviced. Last thing we need is a tanker full of 20-odd thousand litres of petrol going up because of a brake fire and the driver could do nothing with it. At least with fire extinguishers, you've got half a chance to try and stop it. And we have had an incident in Suffolk about 5 years ago where the side of the tanker was black. I believe there was another one on Cheshire a few years ago as well where the truck did go up in flames. Moving on, though, there's a few other little issues we have. Say, picture to the left, missing the seal. The one in the middle, it's no pressure in it at all, it's empty. And then ones to the right, service labels, because they're kept in the containers on the side of trucks, on the trailers, they're not always watertight. The labels peel off, they get worn, they get covered in filth and muck, or they're just not put on there at all. Of which I've had one driver, an owner driver a long time ago, had address labels put on his fire extinguisher saying they're all right, and he'd handwritten a date on them, meant absolutely nothing. He said his mate in the garage checks them for him, promptly issued a prohibition. Moving on, next bit we've got is documentation. Quite a common one at the moment is the instructions in writing. Still a lot of vehicles carrying pre-ADR 2017, as in ones which have not got Class 9A label on them. and still find some pre-ADR 2015, which didn't have, if you look on the front page, it refers to electronic cigarettes around smoking. I think I found about 8 or 9 of those this year alone, out of the 40 odd checks I've done so far this year. And these are not one-off companies, these are large national companies, still not keeping up to date with their instructions in writing. So if you could ask, if you do run a transport company and operators, just have a look at instructions and write and make sure they're the newest ones. If you need to, you can go onto the UN website and print them off for free. So that's how I've got the set I carry around with me, just to show drivers this is the up-to-date ones. Like I say, on the these little changes, although they're only small things, a lot of companies seem to be quite unaware of it. You refer to them, speak to your DGSA, and there is the odd occasion the companies or an operator will turn around, what's a DGSA? We don't have one, we're not aware of it. There's a few out there still. Another little one, transport documents, not having the proper information on the load being carried. ADR does set out what should be carried in a certain format. Quite often as well, it's not correct, it's the wrong way round, it's missing bits. Shipping names are often missing because they put technical names down instead. And the quantity is quite difficult to find. One we found a while back, as you can see on the slide, documentation shows 75 tons of dangerous goods, which was being carried on a 44-ton vehicle. Interesting when I first stopped that one. Physically then have to get into the back of the vehicle to see what is in there. Worked out it was only 10 tons again, dangerous goods being carried. The 75 tons was the actual total of the order combined. So over several shipments, it was at 75 tons. It's issues like that. If the driver was being incapacitated for whatever reason, fire service come along to a vehicle which has had an incident, it's catching fire, and they show some bit of document saying you've got 75 tons of something on here, that causes potential problems. It's another example we had. Now this is a bit more, can be questionable at times by other people. We've had this question come up. Within ADR, we've got transport category 4, unlimited amounts of things carried, which is okay, it's fine. But as inspectors at the side of the road, when we're talking things like gas bottles now, gas cylinders transported on the trucks can have 300 or 400 of them at a time. If something is listed as transport category 4, they can have as many as they like without applying the regulations. It's all very well, but we can't 100% determine those bottles are empty. So we have to treat them as full. We haven't got equipment to test gas bottles at the side of the road. There was an issue around some packages a while back where the gas bottles were returned as empties, but the actual gas bottles themselves were still full because they were returned not because they were empty, but because the valve at the top was faulty. But as far as the transport document was concerned, it's transport category 4, they're empty, uncleaned, being returned. A little bit of digging found, like on these ones, actually the gas bottles were actually almost full to the top. So we always treat gas as full bottles, even though the driver might say they're empty ones. So
Terry,
one to bear in mind.
Sorry. Terry. Your slides have gone out of sync. Are you on slideshow mode? Because we've got half of one slide and half of another. I just wonder if you can rejig your slides a bit, because it's not. Are you on slideshow mode?
Audience view.
Just wait for my admin assistant to work it out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great presentation. We don't want it spoiled by image.
No, sorry.
No, I started to see it on the screen, so I'm looking at a big screen behind you as well.
I'm not certain how I can do it. Yeah, I don't want to put it straight off. I worry that it won't. I wouldn't know how to do it. Well, I don't know why it's done it. No.
Oh, it's scrolling like you've not got slideshow, mate.
No, it's not. Well, it doesn't. I can't see a button that says stick it on slideshow. So I've got present content. That's just us.
Reset it.
That's what I'm trying to do. So then go present content. And then go to file. And then go to presentation. And go.
Just reset it. Hang on.
Tap to share your screen. Sharing. I have a sneaking feeling it naturally moves up.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's.
can't figure out why it's doing that.
Sorry. Yeah, I can't work out how to not make it do it, Richard. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Well,
And not
we
there.
get the message across. That's the main thing. I'll leave you to it. Okay.
Yeah, no, apologies, everyone.
Can't figure that one out. If you can scroll down a little bit more, if you can see the next one.
Let me see if I can get down to that one there. It's the bottom half of that one.
Yeah, the bottom half of the screen above. The ADR 1 type approval certificate carried on tankers and EX vehicles. Again, that's another document we don't always find as being carried too often, or it's quite bigly carried by the tractor unit, but not on the trailer. Companies are now starting to realise that. So it's another one we check just to make sure that that vehicle is okay and it's been type approved to carry dangerous goods. Next one, if we can get it to work. So yeah, after fire extinguishers, another big issue is equipment. Now, we know from drivers and speaking to drivers when they park up in lorry parks, if they've got equipment situated on the back of their vehicles, it is appropriated by other people. When we come along to do a check, it's no longer there. Appreciate things do get stolen, but it is the drivers who should be checking all their equipment is in there before they start their journey. So some of the things we find, great, can't really see the picture too well. It's the yellow bag. That was the driver's ADR bag. It was cable tied together with a nylon cable tie, just about C. When I said, right, we need to check what's in that bag, the driver had no means of even cutting it. We had to go find, in my kit bag, some cable cutters to break open the bag for him. Had he need that equipment in a hurry, there was no chance. Moving on to the next one, best we can see, hopefully it'll show it, wheel chocks. The picture you can just about see on there is, you see the sides of the wheel chock. The driver of 26-ton lorry, he's got a little car wheel chock. As far as he was concerned, that was okay to stop the truck rolling anywhere, till I pointed out, go on then, drive over, just move forward. It stopped absolutely nothing. But again, that's another thing which gets stolen off vehicles, because they're always generally on trailers on the back of lorries, and people take them. But it's one, just, they have to be suitable for the size of the vehicle. That clearly wasn't. Next one we've got, which you just about kind of see on this thing which ain't working. Yeah, we'll catch up on the next slide. This one was, now ADR says a shovel should be carried. Now, I know ADR doesn't specify anything about a shovel. HSE's guidance is it should be with upturned sides, but there's also being practical about it. Is that the spade here was the vehicle was carrying flammable liquids and oxidizing agents. Had that been needed for a leak, trying to stop anything going to the drain system, the driver chipped away at, created a spark. The potential for that was quite high. So it has to be suitable for what's being carried. Moving forwards, vehicle markings. Now, first one we got, a nice truck, just about to see is spot the orange plate on it. Hasn't come very well on the slides yet. As you see, that orange plate was just chucked on the dashboard of the truck, not visible at all from the front. No idea if dangerous goods were carried. Same with the rear on this particular vehicle. It had no orange plates on the rear either. Drivers just thought they'll be all right. I'm showing it. It's just not visible, so we didn't even know it was a vehicle being stopped for dangerous goods. I think we were stopping for a seatbelt or something like that. Next, moving forward, these are just more examples we've come across of orange plates. Being so filthy you can't read them, especially coming into the winter now. Fuel delivery trucks we find goes out into rural areas, filthy roads. They soon get dirty, so it's not visible. Other issues, the orange plate is the wrong way round. Now people say it's a minor thing, but ADR does specify it must be in the landscape position, correctly fitted. And like on the container at the right hand side, it's just not even secured in, it's just pushed between the bars in the hope it won't fall out. Again, chains we see, string, whatever, various means, they're just not properly secured. If the vehicles have an incident, those things will fall off quite easily. Then we come along with fire, think, all right, it seems okay, it's just an issue with the vehicle, only be then confronted with chemicals if the vehicle's opened. Another one, this is an example. This was a brand new tanker about a year and a half ago, stopped. It was a sticker instead of the actual plate, the required metal plates. The driver, again, he started arguing the case and there's nothing wrong with it, till it was pointed out what should be right with it. That sticker is very little chance if the vehicle was going for flames, so that would last very long at all. Probably one of the first things to melt off the side. So again, that's came down to regulations. Drivers or companies not aware of keeping up to date with current regulations. Moving on to the next one. This one's a bit more of a little story to it, but we was doing a check site in the Port of Felixstowe. The vehicle was not displaying no orange plates whatsoever. Explosives were carried, UN 0336. We stop it, bring it in. First thing I said, the driver could do a hazmat check with him, or an ADR check, and he's questioning why. Which I start thinking about what's going on here. I said, were you carrying explosives? And just got a, am I? So lots of backwards and forwards established that the document which was provided to the company who do not carry hazardous goods, apparently, and they never transport hazardous goods, suddenly found themselves with 6 tons net weight of explosives in the back of a container. They misread the documentation. They saw on the bottom of it, it was LQ listed. It was actually referred to on the document. If you're carrying LQ, then you have to refer to it. So, and this is a company who said they never transport dangerous goods, but they have to carry limited quantity. So there was lots of issues around this one, as you can probably imagine. The driver was had class 3 in tanks on his ADR card, no PPE, no equipment carried. Most disturbingly, he was told to take the container to a yard so they can take labels off it. We believe that vehicle was then going to transport 6 tons of explosives on our roads completely unmarked. Needless to say, that was a very hefty prosecution, reports to the traffic commissioners, which will then affect the operator's license as well. Next one we have is myself and Jason were going to the BADGB seminar on Class 7, funny enough, last year. Whilst on the motorway through Birmingham on the M6, we just happened to pass this little van with his marks stuck on with some tape. Not very appropriate. You don't actually see it until as you can see when I took the picture from the passenger seat, right next to it, we actually realised it was actually a Class 7 carrying vehicle with the marks held on with a bit of tape. Probably not the most appropriate thing to do. Moving on to load security and safety. Like I say, only in Suffolk would you find a combine harvester cutter strapped down on top of dangerous goods, crushing quite a few of the barrels. To be fair, it was all strapped down when we opened it up, but the dangerous goods, as you can see, were underneath a combine cutter head, which weighs about, I think, about 8 tons, sitting on class 3 drums of chemicals. Needless to say, again, immediate prohibition. Company had to supply forklifts and things to come and remove the load and secure it into another vehicle. Next one is, say, Suffolk. These are all Suffolk things, actually, the incidents I find, let alone the rest of the country. This particular one, corrosive liquid, it was toxic, corrosive, not very nice chemical, transport category 1, 720 litres of it, all insecure, just stacked on top of more barrels of dangerous goods. The driver had made no attempt. It just curtain side, pulled across and left it at that. It wasn't until we stopped, had a quick look, checked the security of the load, that's what we found. We have quite often instances of chemicals falling out the side of curtain sides because they can't take the weight of the loads carried. A couple more examples, IBCs and pallet goods. Again, IBCs quite often just left in the vehicle, curtains covered across, non-load bearing curtains as well, items which cannot take the load of these particular IBCs. Like this one here, did fall out the side, totally insecured. Driver's gone round and round at speed. The IBCs have slid across the flatbed of the truck, pushed against the curtain. He's gone another short distance down the road and one of them's fallen out the side. Acrylamide was being carried, class 6. We think up to 10 litres was lost into the ground. The road, particular road which ran adjacent to the A14 through Suffolk, was closed for around 6 hours to deal with it and the clean up for it. Consideration was also considered for shutting the A14 not many miles from the Felixstowe port here. The economic time of shutting the A14 to companies would have been massive because the diversion where we were was not a simple one either. 20 to 30 mile diversion we was potentially looking at, if not more. As a result of that, the numerous ADR breaches we found, insecure load, the driver was given 6-month custodial sentence a few weeks later following this incident, let alone banned from driving for a long time, massive fines, along with the company who were looked into and HSE looking at that. Don't know what the outcome ever was for that, to be honest with you. Another good example, especially recently, ammonium nitrate, quite a regular one, especially in rural areas. Ammonium nitrate not being properly secured. Bags are just placed on top of a flatbed vehicle, curtains pulled forward, not seen by anyone until you actually stop it and find it. Quite a regular thing this is, drivers. It's more down to, and quite often is, well, I couldn't be bothered because it takes too long. That's the most common excuse we get. These ones have used the 400 kilo overhead straps and they try to use them on 1,000 kilo bags. So they're not going to do much if they have an incident. Another example we had last year when we had one of our national checks weeks, a class 7 carrying radioactive vehicle was brought into our check site. Most of the stopping officers have checked it and found there's no MOT on it. Not really, they don't really know what they were talking about, so they didn't understand what the orange plates were. They thought, no MOT, we'll deal with that. It brought in myself and my colleague from Norfolk. We then thought, oh, that's something a bit different. We'll go have a look at it, do an ADR check, see what we find on it. The driver couldn't produce an ADR card or any record of training. We did finally establish he had been trained, but he was not carrying any proof of that with him, and the company couldn't easily produce anything at the time. The package in the back was loose, rolling around, it was not secured at all. It was just placed in the vehicle, and it clearly moved from where it was initially when the driver said it was placed up against the doors, which was still not the best place. Fire extinguishers out of date, but then on top of all that, the driver tested positive for cannabis use, so it was probably arrested as well. A few people questioned, was the load in scope? Yes, it was. We did cover that to make sure we went doing this route, but probably the driver was prosecuted for being positive and over the limit for cannabis use. A few weeks later, once the test results come back, and was probably dismissed from his job. So last couple of bits, moving on. So what we do with these checks once we've done them, following the check, the officers submit the checks to the Force DGSA if they have one, or the Force lead. If there's a breach in the regulations, then we'll have a look at it, make sure, like Jason said earlier, it's all correct, it's been done properly. Then we send a notification and a letter to the company to say this is what we find, just so in case that driver forgets to hand any documents in when he gets back because he's had an issue, has happened before. Prohibition notice is issued, then a copy will also be sent to HSE end of each month as well to show what prohibitions we've issued. Serious breaches, when we get lots of issues or there's a significant incident, in addition to a prohibition issued, then driver, operator, or both would be prosecuted through court action. Notification of traffic commissioners, which then has a knock-on effect of affecting operators' licenses, and HSE or ONR if it's class 7, they will be notified as well. And then any other participants may be looked at, loaders, fillers, packers, depending on what the outcome of the investigation might be. Ultimately, the aim of this is to make it all safe for all of us. As you can appreciate, the last thing we need is an incident on the road, chemicals spilt everywhere, and people getting seriously injured and killed as a result of it. The constant work we're doing in enforcement is finding these issues and piloting to companies. Please try and sort these issues out. Like I say, we're at 50% breaches in regulations of all the vehicles we're stopping at the moment, so it's quite a significant number. We'd like to try and get that down to a lot less. That is the end of our presentation. Any questions? The email address is shown on here. We can answer any if you got any now. You do, and that the first one follows very on nicely from how you rounded up your presentation there. The first question is non-compliant vehicles, especially vehicles more recently carrying UN 3065, which one of my favourite products, alcoholic beverages. Are you receptive to whistleblowing, i.e. should somebody ring 101 if, for example, they've got incomplete or incorrect markings or plates on their vehicles? Yes, there is on the .gov website, there is a reporting form on there which goes through to the dangerous goods team at Department of Transport, who can then forward it on to us. Realistically, if that'd be a better route of dealing with it, because we can then, that can be forwarded to DBSA as well as us, and it can be issued out to any of the forces which will affect. By using 101, you might be on hold for quite a while. Realistically, it's not the quickestly answered number ever, so it wouldn't always be that there's a CDG officer available to go and stop that vehicle. Not all forces have got many people trained, as we've found in the last few years. Roads policing units have been decimated quite a lot. So the specialist skill of stopping dangerous goods vehicles has dropped off significantly, hence our training package that's going to increase. Well, if you've got a link to that form, could you send it to us and we can put that on?
Yeah, I'll send you the link to the dangerous goods. It's interesting. I think the kicker is that if that person believes that there is a risk to the public and there's a safety there and then we are the ones you're going to have to call us and you're going to have to let us know. And if that risk to life is imminent and is there, but then obviously whether or not even the 999 system is appropriate, because ultimately we don't want people to get hurt or close roads for 6 or 7 hours because of something that could have been prevented. If, however, the whistleblower recognise that it's a systemic failing throughout that entire company, then that's something that actually health and safety executive and the Department of Transport need to know about, because obviously they may be courtesy of an earned recognition scheme or whatever. So therefore, they need to know more about that, and they're the ones that get involved with the nuts and bolts of the compliance back at the office and back at the factory more than we do. We come across it basically when all of the failings have already happened back there. But as you said, if it's a risk to life immediate, we are the ones that will come out.
Could you,
if someone's going down the road and it's clearly being spilled,
as a forum, would you be able to put together a guidance document for people that might, that something could be shared with bad GP people and this sort of thing? Because there's quite a lot of DGSAs out there who are a bit concerned about certain things that they know are happening, and they don't like to, to rock the boat and have their put the flag up at the same time. I mean, one of the things that Colin Westcott has asked is your form, and obviously your policing. Do you actually ask the driver who their DGSA is, and does your form
all the time
actually include that? Because I wasn't sure that it was on the form who's the company's DGSA.
Yeah. It's not on the front of that particular form, it's on the back of the officers' forms. So filling it all in, we do ask, could you provide details of the company DGSA or at least a transport manager? If it's prohibitions, the letters we send out to the company notifying we've issued the prohibition, we always then ask, can you notify the DGSA or the company DGSA of the prohibition and pass us the details of that person as well? Or if it's serious breaches, we'll ask to speak to them at the side of the road and speak to them on the phone and say what we found as well. But as we found, not all companies realise they even have to have a DGSA. But we do ask, and we do record down if there is one.
We do approach the drivers as well, and that form, the front bit of the form that everybody saw there in the presentation, is obviously the back side of that is where we complete the DGSA bit, but also the bit we hand to the drivers around actually informing us and speaking to us confidentially. So we have a way of dealing with people who are witnessing stuff that is basically unsafe, and therefore we're at that point they're able to speak to us confidentially, obviously, unless they're part of the crime. Obviously, we have to deal with them as a suspect, sadly, but we have various measures in place to obviously look after that individual should they wish to share that vital information with us to make us even more intelligence-led.
Okay, and talking about your knowledge, we've been asked by Roger Kagan, who used to work with Jeff Hart years ago on training, and his question is a bit training related. Are you, as a forum, made aware of the differences between ADR and IMDG, and possibly even the difference between ADR and air transport, just for his reassurance, I'm sure?
Yes, because we're trained. Yes, because we're trained DGSAs, and yes, yes, we are aware.
We do cover the differences with multimodal transportation, IMDG markings, and same with the air transport stuff as well. We know these scenes do come in from airports and officers do stop them, so we do make sure we cover those items. Okay.
Bill Atkinson again has asked, you mentioned about gases and you mentioned about empty cylinders and your concern about treating them, and should they be treated as full cylinders, even if empty. Is that implying that somebody might be guilty before they've been proved innocent on aspects of empty gas containers and empty cylinders?
It has come up many times, these issues around gas bottles, and it more comes down to the documentation. We know of one particular company where they've told us that is an issue on their paperwork. When they create the paperwork, it automatically adds transport category 4 to the paperwork, which they are trying to resolve and sort out. So, like I say, we have to consider that these gas bottles are still full, unless the company can prove otherwise. At the time of the stop at the side of the road, there is nothing in that particular gas bottle there's no more dangerous goods in there, then we can't test or check anything outside the road.
Okay.
I think the difficulty we have, Rich, is it overlaps with the safety and what we have to do with the public. So the problem is if we have a transport unit in distress and they've got paperwork that we find in the cab because the driver's incapacitated that says they are empty, the nightmare we have is that actually, well, then is it just a straightforward cylinder rolling around with a fire around it, and a real difficulty around how do we react to that. So therefore, what we're after is a bit more of what we look for is more accuracy in that, as opposed to people trying to use potentially untrained drivers to move that. Normally, there's always trained drivers with the right ADR ticket already in place, moving them back from wherever they were left to bring them back to the factory anyway to be resupplied. So yeah, it's just about asking if somebody picked up, if you are moving that national job and you look at that sheet and you go, well, actually, if it was in trouble, if I was picking it up, would I be able to know how to keep myself and everybody else safe? If the answer's no on that, well then it's just about that safety element as opposed to like who we're going to beat up and who we're going to try and prosecute, because that's not really it. It's all, our difficulty we face with it more is around, is the driver properly trained and are they aware of what they've actually got on board? So therefore, if it becomes trouble, if they are becoming in trouble and in distress, can they put in the right level of safety and the right level of action initially to prevent a bigger catastrophe? And that's what we're after.
Okay, I've got a couple of, we've got to move on quickly. I'm going to ask you two questions. ADR doesn't exclude a metal shovel. What enforcement did you take for that metal shovel?
That wasn't a shovel though, was it? That was a trenching tool and they didn't have upturned sides. But anyway.
Yes.
Well,
we know ADR says, it doesn't say it, but it's the practicality and safety around it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Was that an appropriate thing to have when you got flammable?
Understood. The last question was from Evelyn Menzie, who's asked, when she does audits, the ADR equipment is sealed sometimes and cannot be checked readily without breaking a seal. Do you have any suggestions as how to work around that?
Buy some new seals to replace it with. So we do it on our first aid kits at work. So our first aid kits at work in our cars, every week we break the seal on our first aid kits to make sure that all of our stuff in there is still up to date and is within date. And then literally all we then do is we have what looks like a little plastic throwaway sort of padlocky thing that you push in, it just clips in and it reseals the bag. Nowhere in ADR does it say it has to be sealed up, it just says it must be obviously within date. So therefore then just get the seals that you can break open and put back on. First aid kit places sell them and they're relatively cheap for a bag of 1,000, they're about a £5.
Okay. All right. I think that's answered all the questions. We're running a little bit behind time, gentlemen, but that was a really comprehensive, I think a very informative way of how, from Suffolk Police Station, I understand is where you're at. So how you
we are in Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk today.
Lovely. Thank you for inviting us on. Thanks, Richard, for your invite. It's very kind.
Brilliant. Okay. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
All right. Stay safe, everybody. Bye-bye.
Well, that's the policing done. I will very quickly, I think because we're running a little bit behind now, I'll be switching over to Richard Gardner. If you do have any questions, as I said before, put them on the question box. And if you want to minimize your control panel, there's the orange box at the top of that control panel. Richard Gardner is from Dura ID. Dura ID are a company that deals with labeling, specialist labeling for the chemical sector, and he's going to talk about BS 5609 GHS labeling. And I understand we might even get a demonstration of how some of his wonderful kit works. So over to you, Richard.
How's everyone doing? Okay, I hope. Thank you very much for having me here today. Great work, Richard and the team. I'm here to do a presentation about labeling. We are a label manufacturer, Dura ID. We're based in the centre of England, between Sheffield and Barnsley. We've got over 80 years experience supplying to many industries. One of our key sectors that we supply to is the chemical sector. It accounts for approximately £2 million of our turnover. We supply labels, label printers, consumables for that, everything that will enable customers to do their own labeling on site and make sure that they are compliant with all the necessary regulations. We're a solutions-driven company in that we supply fully compliant print solutions. We've got 5 sites across the UK. We've got 2 manufacturing sites, the main site being Sheffield, one down south in Devon, not too far from where you guys are at Labeline, down in Paignton. And we've also got smaller satellite sites that do bureau printing, sales sites, and we've got an injection molded plastic badging site in Mansfield as well. We've got a highly skilled and knowledgeable team, particularly when we supply into our key sectors like the chemical industry. It's imperative that our team understand the laws and the regulations that go along with that industry to make sure that we supply products that are fit for purpose and will do everything that our customers need them to do. We do actually export all over the world, so we do have a global support network which includes distributors. We even have an office in Egypt as well, supplying into the Middle East, where we've got our own staff that do the support and training from there. So GHS, it was something that was spoken about for many years. It sort of found its first stages of implementation in 2010. It became mandatory for manufacturers and people that are transporting chemicals of mixtures in 2015, and it posed quite a big change for many of our customers. One of the key changes was the movement across from the old style chip symbols on the labels to the newer formats, GHS diamond format. What this did is it actually paved the way for different technologies to be brought into label printing, such as full colour solutions. That's one of the main drivers that I'm going to talk a little bit about. The compliant labels must include, these are standard things that you'll probably all be aware of when transporting products, a signal word, the GHS symbols or hazard pictograms, the manufacturer's information, precautionary statements that accompany that product, the hazard statements, and the product name and identifiers. So, in addition to CLP, so the regulations that instruct what information needs to go onto the label itself, there are other standards around transporting chemicals. One of those standards is the BS 5609 standard. So this is a label specification that covers, and it is mandatory for hazardous chemicals or goods if they're transported by sea. It was introduced to reduce the potential negative environmental and health effects from chemical containers that get lost at sea. This means that manufacturers and distributors of hazardous chemicals must identify their containers, a GHS label if it's directly onto a product that can withstand a range of BS 5609 testing methods. The importance of BS 5609, although it's mandatory for transporting goods by sea, it is also widely regarded as the standard to aim for when transporting goods by road or by air or by rail. So achieving BS 5609. So BS 5609 is a 3-part process that includes the face material of the label, the adhesive if it's applied directly onto product or onto its container, and it includes the print as well. Part 1 and 2 involves testing blank labeling material through accelerated weathering, abrasion testing, saltwater submersion, and also peel adhesion tests. Well, we understand that the BS 5609 test includes sticking to a metal plate. It's not always practical for most chemical containers, HDPE drums, plastic bottles, that type of thing. So in addition to the BS 5609 testing, Jura ID do our own private testing on a wider range of packaging to make sure that all of our products are compliant and they will stick well to the surfaces that our customers need them to stick to. Part 3, and in some ways is perhaps the most important part of the BS 5609 testing. It involves the permanence of the print. In a practical sense, there is no point having a label that stays onto your product perfectly if the information that is put onto the label comes off, and I suppose you could say vice versa. So it's important for the BS 5609 test that the entire product complies with all 3 parts. So long-term legibility and exposure to UV are 2 of the key parts of the 3rd part. This is the hardest to achieve, particularly when you talk about variable printing. So we at Jura ID Solutions, we worked long and hard to research and find the right solutions for any customer's application. So we can provide a range of full colour print solutions to allow you to be able to print in-house and on demand and be compliant with the BS 5609 standard. So here are 3 examples of BS 5609 compliant solutions that we currently supply into the chemical industry. The NeuroLabel 600E is a continuous media format laser printer. Its main driver is for high volume chemical manufacturers who look to produce a label similar to the one that's displayed at the bottom of the screen. So that would be a combination label which contains both the product information, in this instance in multiple languages, the CLP diamonds, also the transport information containing the proper shipping name, the UN number, and the ADR diamond as well. So the benefits of this particular machine allow you to put all that information on a single long format label, which improves the efficiency when you're applying to product. One particular customer that took this solution said that they were spending endless hours sticking multiple labels onto IBCs and drums. So they've now brought in this solution, which puts all the information on a single label and drastically improves their application time. I've got a short video which just shows a little bit of this machine working. So the 600E, it's particularly suited for sort of longer run applications where people are printing probably hundreds of labels in a single run, where the information can be variable if needed, and then ultimately those labels can be applied by applicator as well as by hand, but either way it's designed for the longer print runs. One of the new label printers that has recently been brought to market, which again is BS 5609 compliant when used with approved media like ours, is the Oki Pro 1040 or 1050. It's again a laser printer engine, but it's designed for small pack bottles and small pack containers that need a CLP label on it that needs to be BS 5609 compliant. It's a bit more flexible in the type of printing that you can do. The 1050 version of this printer is again a laser engine, but it has white toner, so it can produce labels that are not just fit for transporting a product around, but they can also look good on a shop shelf as well. The third machine is this is the most common one that we supply into chemical manufacturers in the UK and abroad. The Oki ES7412 is a sheet-fed laser printer which has been designed with a print engine to handle thick and complex media. In addition to that, the toner system that it uses in it is highly resistant to UV radiation. It's a waterproof print, and it's high resolution print, which enables customers to get multiple languages and increasing amounts of information on a label where they've not necessarily got the flexibility to increase the label size. The ES7412 is our #1 seller into the chemical industry, not only because of the specification of the printer and how well it does the job, but it's also a very cost-effective solution. We offer fixed cost per page contracts for the consumables for it. So regardless of how little or how much information that you put on the label, your cost per page is static and doesn't move. But what that does also give you, it gives you more control over how much information you put on there. So you can put company branding in color, and yeah, you can increase the number of languages as well. Very good. Right. Okay. So just a little bit to conclude on the information that I've given you so far. Some potential impacts of not complying with either the CLP/GHS regulations or the BS 5609 certification for the quality of product that you're using. So we've got 3 examples where this has proved vitally important. So one particular customer that we supplied to, they used to purchase fully printed labels from us for a single product that they manufactured. They didn't have a wide range of products that required them to have their own in-house print solution. But primarily they sold this product in a 25-litre container. Now the CLP regulations stipulate a minimum label size and a minimum diamond size for a 25-litre container. Now this particular client, he received an order from a customer in Egypt. He decided to supply in a 1,000-litre IBC. He decided to use his existing label and just to put a small sticker over the bit that said 25 litres so that it said 1,000 litres. That particular shipment, it was only a single IBC, got stopped in customs in Egypt, saying that the labelling wasn't up to regulations. He had to pay for storage, he had to pay for correct labels to be shipped out, somebody to go in there and apply the correct labels. All in all, he ended up with a financial penalty in the region of around $3,000. And so that shows that if you don't follow the guidance and the information that is provided with regards to CLP, then you can end up getting stung. We've also had instances where customers have come to us to improve their label spec because their incumbent suppliers are supplying them with a poor quality label. They're sending goods across the earth. One UK manufacturer sent product across to Malaysia, but by the time the goods reached the other side of the world, the information was no longer legible. So the UV stability of the substrate or the ink that they were using prior to buying product from us wasn't up to standard. So they ended up, once they got to the other end, that they got financial penalties from that. But an instance where it proves good to be using the right kind of technology, the right kind of label to mark your products. We have a customer north of the border in Scotland who, unbeknownst to them, a shipment was spilt in the ocean. A keg of their product washed up on the south coast of England, but because their product was labelled correctly with a durable label and all the contact details on it were clear, the local authorities that were at the scene where they found the keg, they were able to understand clear communication about the immediate hazards from the CLP information that was on the label. They were also able to contact the manufacturer of the product directly because the contact details were on there still clear and legible, to get an up-to-date copy of the safety data sheet so they understood exactly what the hazard was and how to deal with it. So it just goes to show that if you use the right labels on your product, then you can make sure that you're not only compliant, don't end up with financial penalties, but it helps the emergency services out as well if they were to recover stuff, be it on the road, or a rail accident, or on the sea, etc. So that's it for my presentation. It's relatively short. I just wondered if there are any questions. For more information, you can either contact us directly, or you can get in touch via our website, that type of thing. We offer consultation services for customers who are not sure whether or not their labels are compliant. We can try and understand exactly what you need and how you need it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Richard, I've got a couple of questions. Obviously, BS5609 as a label supplier ourselves is very important, and of course we do stock your media as well. But one of the key things is that BS5609 isn't specifically a regulation, is it? It's more like a test that was devised on the back of a regulation, rather than you've got to be a BS5609 label to meet the requirements. Is that a fair point to say? Rather than being,
yeah. So yeah, it's not an actual regulation, rule, or standard. It's the standard was devised in order to comply with the regulations. So
Yeah.
it's in order to comply with the IMDG regs, then BS 5609 is a mandatory standard that you need to be able to achieve with your label. I do actually have, just as a quick example, how do I get away from doing full screen?
Escape.
End of slideshow. So here is an example of a BS 5609 certificate. As you can see, it's quite detailed in that it outlines the material, the printer that is used. Also note the use that it's genuine toners and not compatibles for this particular one. Goes through a little bit about the test methods that are brought in. This is just for the Part 3 compliance. So testing the print key effectiveness, abrasion resistance, permanence of print. This is a very hard standard to achieve. So it's you have to kind of accept that if you want a label to achieve this standard, it's going to cost a little bit more perhaps than a label that doesn't achieve this standard. But I outlined a little bit in my presentation what the potential implications are of not having a label that is compliant.
That's a valid point, and of course, being in Barnstable, we've got a nice estuary, so all our labels we test them in the tidal waters off the back of our unit, just to be doubly sure. And we also test our competitors, and you're absolutely right to say how many labels out there just wouldn't comply,
Yeah,
or meet BS 5609 even if they say they do. So,
sure. It's a very easy standard to achieve up to Part 2. So to get the face material and the adhesive, almost all waterproof adhesives that are available on the market will be BS 5609 compliant, but that's not necessarily stuck to a surface in a real world test. It's generally stuck to an aluminium or steel plate and then held above the ocean or the shore where it gets saltwater tested. Now, sticking to a
Richard, we've got to wrap up, but I do have one more question, and that is, I think I know the answer, is your printer connectable to an ERP system so that the data can be printed straight from that, yeah?
Yes, it can. Typically, most of our customers using these solutions print to it via the Windows print driver. So if the program has any kind of print program, you can print to it directly, any of those solutions that we've shown. Worst case is you might need a third-party piece of software to sit between and interpret the data. A label printing program like Bartender, for instance, would be ideal to act as that go-between, so you can design your label so that all the necessary fields land where you want them to, and print effectively and efficiently.
Okay, I think that's it. So thank you very much for your time, Richard, and that's really insightful. And yeah, it just does go to show how important it is to make sure that you get the correct labels and the correct media that make up the labels for dangerous goods. And I think what the police were saying earlier was just supporting that as well. So thank you.
Yeah. Great stuff. Thank you.
Good to see you, Richard. Thank you. Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, I think we are now ready for Jean Sanders. So let's change presenter. Jean is from the US. He's an expert in dangerous goods in all modes of transport, and he's going to talk about the changes that are upcoming the IMDG code. Now, the IMDG code has not actually been finalised yet, but because we haven't got the publications, but this is going to be a good insight into what is, I believe, what is going to be coming up. So, Jean, if you can put your thing into slideshow play, and over to you. How are you? And good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you good. Thank you. Yeah, just need to put your PowerPoint onto slideshow. I mean, we can't see
it is on
you.
my screen. So I'm,
Up the top right, slideshow play. You got it?
on my screen it shows as,
Yeah, we can see it, but it's not in full slideshow mode. Just
oh,
up a little bit more from where your cursor is, a little bit right, to the right, top right. That's it. Press that button. Press that triangle.
no, see, I'm on slideshow. I'm gonna take it off slideshow, put it back on and try again.
That looks like.
Are you there? Do you?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, we got
Slideshow?
you. That's just on presentation. So you got all the slides down the side. We want the full picture
Nope.
if you can.
I hit the button, I hit the arrow. Do you see it full screen slideshow?
It doesn't matter. That'll probably work. But that slideshow button at the top where it says play.
I hit it, and on my screen it changed. My screen is
Okay.
slideshow mode.
Okay then. Well, we'll carry on. Over to
Well,
you.
I'll tell you what. Let's see if we can show my whole screen instead of just showing
Yeah.
the PowerPoint. Can you put me back on so that I can choose to show my entire desktop? Show main screen. Let's try this, see if this helps.
That's perfect. Excellent.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim. You want to be on video as well?
If you wish.
Up to you. I'm going to leave.
I don't even know if I'm centered or not. Am I on?
You're perfect, Gene. We can all see you. Off you go. All
I'm
yours.
sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. You shouldn't have to look at something like that, you know, interrupt your lunch, your mid-afternoon snack. But we're going to talk about the dangerous goods regulations for ocean and how we expect them to be updated. Now, last time that I did this a couple of years ago, we did it in November, and we had a much better idea of exactly what they were going to say. Now, I've read over all sorts of the minutes and the drafts of what the regulations might say, but we'll talk a little bit about that. Not necessarily everything's been approved. And of course, with you know, the virus, we're not always meeting in person. Now let's see. Okay, here we go. When these things come into the regulations and are finally approved by everybody, unlike the air regulations where there isn't a transition period, there is a very generous transition period for these sea, ocean, vessel, boat regulations, whatever we want to call them. The IMDG code amendment that will be next up is the 40th amendment, and it will be printed in the year 2020. So we'll refer to it as 40-20. The current one, Amendment 39, was printed in 18, so it's 39-18. Now, although they printed in 2020, you can't use it in 2020. You can, if you wish to use it, start using it the 1st of January 2021. Or if you're not ready for it, you can continue to use 39-18. However, at the end of a full year, you should have weaned yourself from 39-18 and be ready to use 40-20 beginning January 1st, 2022. And then in 2023, it will become the old regulation, and 41-22 will also become optional. So it's got a 3-year period. 1 year when it's the new regulation and you could use the old one, the middle year where it's the only option for you, and the last year where it's the old regulation, but you can use the new one. And none of those years will be 2020. That's just the year it was printed. Of course, they aren't printed yet. So let's talk about the 39-18 changes. And you go, huh, what? 39-18? I thought we were here about 40-20. Well, some people, when they make changes to regulations, call it a core agenda. Other people call it an errata. Some people even call it amendments, but IMDG code can't be amendments because the 39 and the 39-18 is the amendment number. Well, what they tend to call it for IMO's IMDG code are editorial corrections. And these editorial corrections are issued after the book's been printed in paper and they find that things were done wrong. A lot of typographical errors are fixed. Sometimes they were typos when they were preparing drafts. Sometimes there are things that just didn't print correctly, and so they fix them. And when they put them in the editorial corrections, they're now part of the regulations. You don't have them, so it's a good idea to get these editorial corrections and make changes to your paper copies of the regulations while they're out there. What does that have to do with the upcoming version? Well, because they're part of the 3918 regulations, when the new 4020 comes out, they're not going to tell you that this has changed. It will have changed from paper copy to paper copy because the 3918 paper copy was wrong, was inaccurate, was incorrect. And the correct version will appear in the 4020 paper copy, but it won't be highlighted to you as if it was a change. So let's talk about these three symbols briefly: the square, the triangle, and the circled X. When you get your 4020 paper copy, or you get it by electronic copy, you either need to flip through the pages or you scroll looking for these symbols that all mean the same thing. What do they mean? They mean something's changed. One of them means something's been added, another means something's been reworded, and another means something's been deleted. If you get your new IMDG code, you flip the pages, you scroll through. Every time you see one of those, if it's a regulation that you use, you compare the old one to the new one and make sure that you're up to date. You don't get this warning about the editorial corrections that were made for 3918. So in preparing for next year, 2021, the transition year, you probably want to start with the editorial corrections, and then the next thing you do is when they actually get the printed version out, look for these symbols. However, just so you know what kinds of things are likely to have these symbols, we're going to go through a lot of these proposed changes. Now, to say it's been a strange year is a bit of an understatement, but in-person meetings have been reduced, and also the number of proposals have been reduced. The rate at which they change and discuss things and get things done has been slowed down quite a bit. Apparently, a lot of the compromises in actually making regulations are done over meals, in hallways in between, where people get together in groups close together and they talk it out. And yes, when you have Zoom and GoToMeeting and all those sorts of tools, Microsoft Teams or whatever, to get together online, yeah, you can have these meetings, but it's a little bit harder to arrange and a little bit more formal and sometimes less productive. So we're not getting the regulations changed quite as fast or quite as often, and we're a little slow in getting things out. It also doesn't help that IMO put out this thing they call a smart paper initiative. They're trying to reduce the amount of paper that's actually used in preparing and sharing documents. And I don't think they meant to do it, but in the most recent list of minutes from the CCC, where they talked about the editorial and technical changes that were being made, all of the English changes, the new versions from the English changes were deleted with a note to see the smart paper initiative. However, it was an electronic document and there was no referenced electronic document. And since I'm not real good at Spanish and I'm terrible at French, I couldn't go through every one of those and tell you what the actual proposed text is. So that smart paper initiative affected some e-documents, probably not intentionally, but it was for a good cause. In addition to that, this editorial and technical group, sometimes called the E&T, makes these proposed changes. The CCC needs to approve them, okay? And so this is a committee for cargoes and containers. They have to approve the E&T changes, and after the CCC approves them, the MSC has to contain them, approve them, and that's a committee as well. And I believe it's the Marine Safety Committee. So there are a series of approvals that go through, and I'm not certain that the MSC has approved all of the changes for the 4020 yet. At least I haven't been able to find minutes that show that they have. So the final wording and the final actual regulation, I've been unable to provide to you in the rest of this presentation, which means you're supposed to take it with a grain of salt, and therefore on your screen you have a picture of a whole lot of grains of salt. But just remember that this is all subject to change. But just so you're prepared, let's start with UN 3549. This will be a proper shipping name of medical waste category A. So if you ever ship anything into 6.2, we now have a new proper shipping name, and it's another category A proper shipping name. So we only used to have 2 of those. There's going to be a new special provision with it, probably, almost certainly, to talk about things that are waste or aren't waste, and what happens if they've got competent authority approvals, and all sorts of variations about sizes, and all the information that might be different or unique to this proper shipping name that aren't all spelled out in the regulations already will probably be put in this new special provision, which the IMDG, the editorial and technical group, just identifies as 9XX, which means it's going to be in the 900 series, and any special provision in the IMDG regulations that's in the 900 series is probably only for the ocean mode and not the other modes. Now, one of the considerations is to try to look at any other special provisions or any other modal regulations and, make sure that they harmonize with that. If the UN comes out with a special provision to say some of the same things, they could change it from a 900 series special provision and use the same number that the UN does. They're also going to update the EMS and the MFAG, okay, guidance. Now, these are for first aid and other emergency problems that could be encountered in a ship. And they are IMO documents that go hand in hand with the IMDG code, but they're not usually something that shippers have. They're not something that shippers need. It's something that carriers deal with. So this presentation isn't going to deal with the EMS and the MFAG changes, but I want you to know that if you're a carrier and listen to this, that you'll get new versions and they will include specific guidance for this proper shipping name. Next topic, Special Provision 274, probably the special provision that I end up encountering most often. I suspect that virtually every shipper of dangerous goods using IMDG code comes across this special provision most often. It's the one for technical names. Now, some people, most notably people from the paint industry, didn't like the fact that for UN 3082 or UN 3077, and these are the 2 proper shipping names for environmentally hazardous substances in Class 9. Now, if a material is an environmentally hazardous substance and has no other hazards, you put it in Class 9, give it one of these 2 identification numbers, one's for solid, one's for liquid. If it's in any other hazard class as well, it's not Class 9, but then it's a marine pollutant. And when you declare marine pollutants, you're supposed to say what ingredient in there makes it hazardous, makes it be Class 9 for UN 3082 or 3077, or for whatever. Well, the paint people don't like to disclose all those ingredients because sometimes it's one thing and sometimes it's another. They have different solvents, maybe different concentrations of solvents used in different sorts of paints. And because they have a proper shipping name like paint that doesn't require a technical name, they wanted the same relief extended to these 2 proper shipping names when it comes to the technical name. And they got what they wanted. For these 2 proper shipping names, when Special Provision 274 applies, like every time, instead of listing toluene or, trichloro bad stuff or whatever it is that makes it environmentally hazardous, they can say something generic like paint or like adhesives. So this is some relief. It's going to change the amount of information available on the packaging itself, and it's going to change the amount of information available on the shipping documents. But supposedly, just knowing that it's paint is going to provide enough information for people to protect the environment. There is some sort of ruling about label edge color. Now, I'm not sure if they're talking about the border or if they're talking about the color outside the border. The color outside a border is supposed to be the same as the color on either the top or the bottom half of the label. And the line that forms the inner border is supposed to have a color that matches the opposing color in the label. So the top half of the border line has to match the color of the symbol. The bottom half of the border line has to match the color of the hazard class that's printed on the bottom half of the label. They didn't think as they discussed this that they really needed to make a change, but the fact that people asked about rulemaking suggests that they may need a clarification about this. So wording may change about this and label edge color, but it's not expected that if they do change or clarify the wording, that people have to do anything differently for currently compliant labels. Data loggers and tracking devices. Now, data loggers are things that record information, perhaps location, so could be a tracking device, or perhaps things like humidity or temperature, stuff like that. Now, these items are typically powered by a battery, usually a lithium battery. And any electrical device could possibly short or get hot or cause a fire. So there's a new UN term called a certified type. It sort of means it's intrinsically safe. What the definition of certified type is, IMO is trying to be very careful to make sure it matches what's in the UN model regulations, both in wording and intent, and the way it's applied. What if it's powered by something other than a lithium battery? What if it's a different kind of battery? What if it's a fuel cell? So they've worked out wording that will cover fuel cells and all sorts of batteries for these. They've also noticed that this could potentially be a problem in non-DG shipments, because people that ship non-DG, maybe they're shipping fruit. They want to know what the humidity or the temperature is so they can get some idea when it arrives how quick it's going to go bad. Those people don't typically know that these tracking devices and data loggers are hazmat. There are rules about what to put on shipping documents. And so their wording said in one of their reports that 5.5.4.1 is getting new 0.1 through 0.3. Of course, I opened my old IMDG, the 3918, and I couldn't find a 5541. Yes, 5541 is also new. It's going to be called dangerous goods and equipment in use or intended for use during transport. And it's going to say things like it can't cause problems in transportation and it needs to be of a certified type. And we'll cover fuel cells or lithium battery powered or other battery powered. So something new in here related to the documentation. UN 3359, what the heck is UN 3359? It's fumigated cargo transport units. It will, the 4020 will stay consistent with 3918 despite any proposals that have been made and despite any editorial corrections that were made to this proper shipping name and that identification number for the 3918. Special Provision 76 applies to a variety of things. It says this material is forbidden unless your competent authority says you can do it. So you can't do it unless we tell you you can do it, and you need special permission to do it. A lot of discussion about this revolved around the fact that some states, meaning countries or nations, forbid some of the items that have Special Provision 76, and they just say they're forbidden, period. Well, so why do you have a special provision that says, well, you can do this competent authority approval if a given state, nation, or country is going to say, nope, you can't do it, even with a competent authority approval? So do we need Special Provision 76, or should we just change it to forbidden all the time? But some states do allow it. So what about those states? How are they going to handle it? And what if some of the items that have Special Provision 76 are totally forbidden by ADR and not allowed a competent authority, or totally forbidden by RID? How do we try to ensure modal consistency or harmonization, especially if at the end of the ocean journey or the beginning of the ocean journey, there's going to be some ADR or RID transport before or after, trucks or trains coming to the boat or from the boat? Well, they kind of ended up deciding, as best I can tell, that signatories may need to be given guidance to give a competent authority approval for this, and that they're going to keep this special provision, but to make sure that they don't list it as something in the outside the 900 series, which to IMO says anything that is a special provision that doesn't start 900 must be usable all modes. And they don't necessarily want to give that impression. So the temporary decision was to reword it and move it to the 900 series, because it may not match with ADR and RID, and I would assume ADN, although they didn't mention that in the discussion in the documents. So if you've got things that ship under competent authority approvals using special provision 76, expect the possibility that that special provision will have moved, be in the 900 series, and have a number in the 900s, and any wording that you use saying it's okay because we have an approval according to special provision 76, you may need to change your references for that. There are some new segregation provisions, and of course, starting with the air shipments, lithium batteries and their relationship to other dangerous goods was, all determined. If you've got lithium batteries and corrosives, that must be terrible. If you've got lithium batteries and something that self-heats, well, certainly a self-heating material, if it gets hot, might set off a problem with lithium batteries. A lithium battery with a poison's got to be a terrible thing. So in general, lithium batteries aren't allowed to go with any other dangerous goods. I was being a little sarcastic when I talked about lithium batteries and corrosives or toxics, because I don't think it's necessarily a problem with every other dangerous good, but rather than separate out which ones it can go with and which ones it can't, in general, lithium batteries now have to be in their own package, not with anything else. And IMO's going to go along with that. Alcoholates as a chemical family don't behave real well with acids. What else doesn't do well with acids? Well, materials that are basic or alkali. And so alcoholates as a chemical group or family are going to have their segregation and separation requirements updated, and they're going to be treated as if they're alkalis themselves. There's going to be a segregation group 53 rewording. That's because they want to keep certain things segregated from non-dangerous goods that are liquid and organic. So it seems to me to be like almost any oxidizer. Oxidizers set stuff on fire, particularly things that easily burn. And organic materials generally burn easily. And liquids go from place to place, could mix with an oxidizer. So, you'd think that they'd want to keep oxidizers away from stuff that catches fire, but how are they going to do that for non-dangerous goods that are liquid and organic? That I'm not sure how they're going to accomplish. And I tried to see the wording that they had proposed, but that was in that smart paper initiative, and it did not print on my electronic copy of their minutes. That wording presumably is in the French or the Spanish version. And if anybody wants a copy of those minutes and can translate from the French or the Spanish, I'd be happy to, send you a copy of it, or you can look at it yourself. But if you ship non-dangerous goods that are liquid and organic, probably not necessarily an issue for you. I don't think that they're going to have to be identified in any particular way. But if you ship anything that doesn't get along with those materials, then that is dangerous goods, you are going to want to look at SG53 and how it's going to be handled. 2,4, dichlorophenol. It's a chemical name. It must be horrible and nasty stuff. Well, it kind of is, but they didn't give it its own proper shipping name. However, if you use volume 2 of your IMDG code and you look at the index, it's not a subject matter index, it's really a cross-reference between proper shipping names and ID numbers. So you can look up the name of a chemical, get an ID number, go to the dangerous goods list, which in the IMDG is sorted numerically. Pretty easy. You look up 2,4 dichlorophenol, it's listed there. It doesn't have its own proper shipping name. Well, that's pretty cool. They tell you what the classification is, even though it doesn't have its own proper shipping name. It's a nice thing to have. Yay, thank you, IMO. Its reference is going to change, though. It's being redirected from UN 2020 TUN 2923, both of which are generic proper shipping names. It's going from the 2020, which is something like substituted phenols or, chlorophenols, NOS, something like that. But the 2020 is a 6.1 and only 6.1 toxic. And by the way, the index listing for the 2,4-dichlorophenol also has got the P beside it, which means it's known to be a marine pollutant. The new proper shipping name is something like corrosive liquids or solids toxic NOS. So it has a new primary hazard, and now it has 2 hazards instead of 1, based on data that people provided the IMO about this particular chemical. Of course, it will stay a marine pollutant because it's still bad for the environment. If you ship this stuff, you need to update your classifications. Portable tanks and using portable tanks. In general, they've had a rule that says no filling or discharging portable tanks while on board. Okay, cool. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You don't want whatever's in the portable tank to spill out, and while it's on board, if you have a problem, maybe it's going to be hard to deal with it or to clean it up, or you're going to lose the use of your ship for a while, something like that. So they got this general rule, and somebody pointed out for the general rule that, well, what if there's a leak? What if there's a spill or a problem? What if we need to use a salvage vessel and transfer stuff? And you have this rule that says no filling or discharging. So they're going to make sure that this rule clarifies that if something's getting out of the container, yes, even though it's on board, you can still use salvage packagings to deal with it. Makes sense. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Wait, is that a countdown? I don't get it. We'll look it up. It's not there. There's some correction that's being made to align some wording that relates to limited quantity or accepted quantities when you put it on documentation. In 3.4 for limited quantities and 3.5 for accepted quantities, they basically say you need to make an indication that you're using limited quantity or accepted quantity on the declaration, on the shipping paper. Okay, cool. Well, 54321 is not aligned exactly with what it says in 3.4 and 3.5, except 54321 is a new regulation. It's not in the 39-18. I only looked it up 11 times to verify this, okay? Can't find it in there. So what I decided it likely is very similar to the 55.4.1 dealing with data loggers and tracking devices, that this 54321 is going to be a new reference that they put in there. And for this one, I looked at 54321 and said, you know what? Even if it's in French or even if it's in Spanish, I should be able to find it. Well, I went through the French and the Spanish versions and searched for this reference. I can't find it. So best I can tell you is there is going to be a new 54321 countdown blast off regulation that's going to say something about how you are supposed to indicate a limited quantity or an accepted quantity on an IMO declaration. What it's going to say exactly, well, it's going to be harmonized with what it says in 3.4 and 3.5. So look at what it says there. Basically for the 3.4, it says you can use LQ or you can spell out limited quantity. 3.5, roughly the same thing. As long as what you're doing now is compliant with 3.4 and 3.5, you shouldn't have any problem with 54321 blast off. I said that too many times. It's just kind of fun though, isn't it? I mean, dangerous goods can occasionally be dry work, right? Let's have a little fun every once in a while. Flash points on declarations required. Some people thought they probably should apply to 4.1 materials. There are actually some 4.1 materials that they don't evaporate, they don't give off vapors, they sublimate. They give off vapors, but they skip the liquid state in between, goes directly from solid to gases, vapors. And you can measure a flash point from some solid materials. When you have a solid material that has a flash point, or maybe even one that melts and then has a flash point, because don't forget, we determine whether something's a solid or liquid at 20 degrees C. What if it melts at 30 degrees C and flashes at 50 degrees C? It still has flash point below 60. That'd be the flammable liquid cutoff. if you have one of those materials that has a flash point, either directly from a solid or because it melted and then has a flash point, and that flash point's below 60, do you have to put that flash point on the declaration? This piece of information will be on a safety data sheet, and there have apparently been people that looked at a safety data sheet, said this flash point's less than 60, you didn't put it on your paperwork, we're holding up your shipment. Therefore, IMO in the next IMDG code amendment is going to make sure that people know it does not apply to 4.1 materials. It only applies to class 3 materials. That class 3 can be primary or subsidiary. And, oh, by the way, not every class 3 material. Those that are class 3 materials with a flash point less than or equal to 60 degrees C. To which some people in the audience might go, isn't that like every one of them? Well, no, actually, there's some things that could be elevated temperature materials in class 3 because they were heated or offered. They may be gradually cooling during transport, but they were offered above their flash point. If that happens, you offer something heated above its flash point. If it wasn't otherwise in class 3, you do put it in class 3, call it elevated temperature material, or you leave it whatever hazard class it was, call it hot. But there could possibly be a few class 3 materials that are elevated temperature materials that don't meet this requirement. But in general, flash point on declaration is only for class 3 and flash point less than or equal to 60 C. Just a clarification. If you ship calcium carbide, and some people do, they're removing special provision 951. Life-saving appliances. Most people know from plain English what life-saving appliances are. They may have to clarify the definition though, life jackets, life rafts, different types of survival equipment. And there was some wording in the regulations that people had an issue with that dealt with the storage of them, their availability, the distance, maybe even up and down, not just sideways, from areas of public access. And people said, well, where we actually put some of these things on the boats, they might not be close to public access. We need to reword this. Well, it turns out that public access originally meant area for passengers, not necessarily for crew members. So there's likely to be some tweaking of the wording about what's a life-saving appliance and how far away it can be from where passengers are. But they also kind of said, we really have enough rules about this. It's really pretty clear, and almost every boat that anybody's ever inspected has this sort of stuff where it needs to be and the way it needs to be. So the clarifications aren't expected to have any significant impact on people operating the vessels. Lithium batteries, sometimes I abbreviate LI-BAT. What sort of update on rulemakings would be, complete in the last decade or so without talking about lithium batteries? Okay. In this case, we're talking about damaged or defective, something's wrong with the battery, and or batteries being sent as waste. Now, a waste battery could be sent for recycling or it could be sent for disposal. In different countries, the term waste may or may not include the recycling portion of it, but these are batteries that are not new, not necessarily good, and because they have higher risks than the new good batteries, shouldn't the master or the captain and anybody that looks at the paperwork on the vessel know that these particular lithium batteries are not the same as the new good ones? Now, maybe the waste batteries, they don't store the energy as much. Maybe they're actually a little bit lesser risk, but certainly the damaged defective can be higher risk. And certainly some battery that's been old and used and banged about might not have the internal short circuit protection that works as well. General additional higher risk that they think people should need to know about. So there is going to be a requirement that there be entry on the declaration that warns people about this additional risk. There are going to be newer additional words. Perhaps the word waste will just be sufficient for those that are recycling and disposal. And there may be wording that will say damaged lithium battery or defective lithium battery that have to be added to the otherwise, typical description. Well, we're used to having extra words added to proper shipping names. Certainly it happens for waste. Certainly it happens for mixtures or solutions, for things that are hot, for things that are melted, for things that are stabilized. There are all sorts of modifications to proper shipping names. And so having these extra words put on a declaration, not a huge deal, but you need to pay attention to it if you're going to ship by ocean, and because a lot of airplanes aren't going to take these, so how do you get them shipped internationally? By boat. You're going to have to put extra words on the declaration. Or maybe a better comparison might be the limited quantities and accepted quantities. Okay. So it will be 5.4.1.4.3. It's fun when you teach class to ask people how many different points can you get in a regulation? What's the greatest number of points you can have? How granular can you get? This new 0.7 will say, oh yeah, in accordance with special provision 376 and 377, these are words you need to add. So it turns out that this requirement's been here already. You just couldn't find out about it in part 5. Or in particular 5.4 about declarations. So now there will be a warning about it in conjunction with the instructions on how to fill out declarations. FRP tanks, what's FRP mean? It's fiber or fibre, depending on which side of the ocean you're on. Wait, yeah, there's the English spelling or the English spelling. Oh wait, there's the American spelling or the British spelling. Fiber, reinforced plastic tanks, FRPs. Competent authorities are allowed to use this long regulation in Part 6 to approve FRPs as IMO Type 4 tanks. Because that's in there already, they don't need to change the ruling. But if you use these or you want to use these, they also pointed out that the UN is working on this issue. And they may approve FRPs separately, or they may give a separate method by which competent authorities will approve them. And they may have FRPs that turn out to be other kinds of tanks. So this temporary ruling that says we don't need to do anything because you're already allowed to make FRPs, IMO Type 4 tanks, we are aware that we're going to possibly change this later depending upon what the UN does. So if you ship tanks, FRP, fiber reinforced plastic tanks, by ocean, keep your eye on what the UN's doing first and then expect IMO to follow. I mentioned earlier about EMS and MFAG, Marine First Aid Guide tweaks. I'm not going to talk about them, but there are a lot of tweaks and there are a lot of pages of listings that have been updated. In a couple of cases, they just underline some of the references that they didn't have underlined before. So if you are a carrier, you work with that, check with what information you got from my vodka if you're a member of them, or look at the printouts. I can get them to you. We're getting near the end here. Footnotes. No regulatory guidance is supposed to be in footnotes, but they actually have some that do have regulatory guidance in the footnotes. So there is a committee that's going to look at all this, and they're going to move some footnotes into the regulations. Okay. Footnotes that refer to other standards are still allowed and will remain as footnotes. Carbon and charcoal. Are they sometimes the same thing? Should you use UN 1361 or UN 1362? Activated or non-activated? And different modes sometimes say that carbon listings can apply to charcoal, both of them. Some other modes only say that charcoal could be in one of the two. IMO doesn't know exactly what to do, and they really would like to be harmonized with other modes, but the other modes aren't harmonized with each other. And the big issue here is under which circumstances can they be deregulated? There are all sorts of ways to make these things that are typically self-heating materials safer. You let them sit for a long time and cool off. Okay? Self-heating things don't necessarily self-heat indefinitely or forever, and if you let them sit long enough, they gradually lose their ability to self-heat, so let them sit and cool. Or maybe you provide a whole bunch of airspace in their container so that any heat given off is kind of absorbed by the air. The air can gradually exchange, doesn't get hot enough to cause a problem. But what if you have temperature monitoring in it? And there's some tests that can be done in a test series that are sort of difficult to do, but mostly voluntary. And you have test series results that you could use. How can you make these things not self-heating for transport? Now, I just want a real short detour here. Won't go into a rabbit hole, but there's often a special provision that talks about some of these self-heating carbons or other materials that can be charcoals that are activated. And the special provision says something like carbons or activated carbons that are activated by steam activation are not subject to these regulations. They left the word only out of there. Every single activated carbon has been steam activated. It gives it more surface area to absorb more stuff. If it's been steam activated only and nothing but steam activated, it's not going to prove to be a 4.2 self-heating material. But many steam activated carbons, because they're meant to filter out or adsorb or absorb some particular material out of the air or out of the water, they get a chemical activation step afterwards. And many things that were first steam activated and then chemical activated truly do test to be self-heating and are self-heating. So if you ever see a special provision that says something that's steam activated is not subject to these regulations, bear in mind that the word only should be in there. I've pointed that out a couple of times, and regulators have said, okay, I will have a look at it. It might be nice if you'd submit something formal, and I haven't written it up formally, but that's something that you should probably be aware of if you ship activated carbons, okay? And there are a lot of them in all sorts of different kinds of filters, including respirator cartridges or gas mask cartridges. Anyway, all of this discussion at this point has been centered around the column 17 entry, which really isn't a regulation. It's mostly to be informational, to help you get things classified right. You still need to pay attention to what it says in the self-heating definitions in 2.4, and you need to pay attention to the special provisions. But wording for column 17 may change, and you may want to look at it if you ship those things. UN tanks versus ADR RID tanks, dual certification is not prohibited. So they did not put in any particular new regulation that says, oh, by the way, if it's marked as an ADR tank, you can use it as a UN tank too if you make sure it meets the certification. Okay, so dual certification for these tanks is not prohibited. If you test them to meet both different standards and they meet both different standards, you can mark them both ways. My 2 cents worth for this is, if you ship drums, particularly 55-gallon, roughly 209-liter drums, they don't have that same not prohibited interpretation. And if you have an open head drum that you've tested with articles in it, and so it's a combination packaging, and you've tested it with just a solid in it, and it passes both ways, you're not allowed to dual mark it. In fact, if you have an open head drum that you test for liquids, and then you again test for solids, and you want to sell the drum both ways, you're not allowed to put 2 UN specification markings on a drum. Apparently you can for the UN tanks and ADR RID tanks, but you can't yet do it for drums, although the UN is working on this, and that may change in the future. For undeclared, misdeclared, a big deal. There's a correspondence group tackling that issue. Are there more things? I'm just going to tell you again. When you get your new 4020, flip the pages or scroll. Why? Because you want to see anything that's changed. They'll point them out to you. We have time for questions?
Well, we don't really have time for questions because you've done an awful lot of research. And when we spoke, you said, oh, there's not much in the way of changes because nothing's been ratified. Well, of course, you've done your digging and you've come up with a fascinating amount of things that are likely to happen in the not too distant future. So, but we do have a couple of questions. One was around the segregation, and Alison Sanford has asked if there's any, if the segregation does include the lithium batteries and equipment. Right back to the start of your presentation. So, is that under the new segregation rules? They may not go with that.
Is look at the wording in the IATA book or the ICAO book, because what it said is that they intend to try to be as modally harmonized as possible. And I've sorry, I don't know off the top of my, I may have my IATA book right here beside me. I could look it up real quick. But in terms of saving time right now, look up the IATA requirements and see if they apply to just lithium batteries or if it applies to lithium batteries in or with equipment as well. And whatever it says in the IATA book is what IMDG code is expected to say also, because they want to harmonize.
Okay. And Peter Mackay, our friend at our media partner, HCB, I hope everyone subscribes to HCB magazine. He's mentioned that there is likely to be a meeting of the MSC from November the 4th to the 11th. So I don't know whether you're aware of that, but that might be a useful bit of information for you. And he also asked, which is a very relevant question, is do you think all the changes in the way that, or the inability of the various respective modal bodies to finalise all the regulations, do you think that's going to cause any sort of modal disharmony during the next 18 months or so?
Okay, so he made a remark and then had a question.
He made a remark and then he had a question.
And so November 4th through 11th, I think you said, is when the MSC meets. Peter's the publisher of a magazine, HCB, wonderful one, and I write a column for it. So anything he says, I'm not going to disagree with because I want my column published. So from the porch swing. So I'm assuming that what he says about those dates is correct, and we'll have a better idea then what the absolute finally approved changes are. So, you know, let's do this again late November. But as far as the question about modal disharmony, I think it's a possibility, particularly the later in the year that, you know, a regulatory group, whether it's ICAO, whether it's IMDG, whether it's, you know, the joint meetings people for the regional stuff in ADR, ADN, RID, the later in a year that they do it, the more difficult it is for the other groups to harmonize with them. So I think that what most people are still trying to do is what they've done in the past is let's just use the UN as the model. As much as we can match to the UN and other modal agencies do that, we'll end up staying harmonized. So I think there will be some impact, but not a tremendous amount. And then the other part of this is that at least IMO gives us a year transition. If it turns out that during a transition year, people point out significant disharmonies, they can always issue an editorial correction or something and try to get back in line with people during that year before there's too much of a problem. So yeah, a few more modal disharmonies I would expect, but from the point of view of the IMO, I think they'll be able to minimize the impact of those because we have an entire transition year. Now, if you want to talk to ICAO and IATA about transition time, you're welcome to bang your head against that wall.
Okay, well, I think that's all for now. There has been questions because so many people have been so attentive for such a long period of time, and even though we're about 40 minutes late, running I think a quick 5-minute comfort break is what has been asked from a couple of people. So I'm just going to share the screen. Jean will be back later on to talk about the 49 CFR update and the CDG qualification. So back in 5 minutes or so, I think. Yeah. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to the Dangerous Goods Web Show. Very insightful presentation there from Gene Sanders. We're now moving over to get Chris Barker, who is from, oh, no, not that. This is a very tricky thing to manage. Hold on, we're getting there. Chris Barker is from Exis Technologies, and their specialist sector is the C mode. So I hope you found that very interesting from Gene. And Chris has got two presentations. One is about the IMDG code online training, which is also available through Labeline. So it's going to be an insight into how that works, and especially at the moment, more and more people are looking at online training in the current climate. And then he is going to talk about the new HasCheck detection system. So I'm going to, without any further delay, Chris, thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. I think you could a little bit louder if possible, but it's good.
Okay, great. I will turn off my webcam because I don't want to distract you while I do this presentation, if that's okay. But yeah, thanks for the introduction, Richard. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about Exis Technologies IMDG code online training. For those of you who don't know about Exis, I've got a little background. Exis Technologies is the leading supplier of IT systems for the management of dangerous goods in sea transport. We have over 30 years experience of supporting major shipping lines, ferry operators, ports, terminals, with a complete range of tools, training and resources, enabling the safe carriage of dangerous goods by sea. 9 out of 10 of the world's largest shipping lines use our HasCheck systems for dangerous goods validation. Our solutions being fully scalable from single PC installs to embedded API solutions. In May 2018, Exis Technologies was acquired by National Cargo Bureau. We'd been working together for over a decade, and it was clear our IT skills complemented NCB's practical knowledge of DG shipments, providing cargo inspections and vessel surveys. Together with common customers, the acquisition created a group with offices in the US and Europe. We work on a not-for-profit basis and with a mission of delivering safety of life and cargo at sea. Exis Technologies supply a range of services, a complete range of services, training, tools and resources to ensure that companies maintain a compliance with the IMDG code, including a number of free resources. We offer a free mobile app, which is available for anybody to download on Android or iOS, which has a lookup section for dangerous goods, which is quite useful. So I encourage you all to check that out. Our IMDG code training is offered on an e-learning basis. Our customers find this method of delivery to be consistent, scalable, and easy to administer. Candidates tend to find it convenient, offering extended timeframes to complete the training and minimal disruption to their normal working day. With more staff working from home and disruption to traditional training methods caused by COVID-19, this type of training might be useful to help with continuous professional development when other traditional training methods may not be available. All of the IMDG code training that we offer meets the mandatory training requirements as set out in Chapter 1.3.1 of the IMDG code. Courses are based on the most recent amendment, which, as Gene explained, was 3918. We will update to 4020 when available, and we would expect 4020 courses to be available early in 2021. Each course is subdivided into different learning modules, and progress is automatically saved. Candidates will finish the course in as many sessions as necessary. As I said earlier, often around their day-to-day responsibilities, so it's courses that you can dip in and out of if needs be. The courses are designed so that candidates can interact with the material and the IMDG code itself in order to complete the training. So we encourage staff to reference the IMDG code as they're actually completing the course, and we would encourage them within the course material to interact with the course material. So, for example, this screen that we're showing at the moment, people would label the drum with the correct labels and be marked accordingly. Each of the courses comes certificated. In order to pass the course, you need to achieve a minimum standard of 75%. The IMDG code mandates that each person shall be trained in the specific dangerous goods transport provisions which are applicable to the function that that person performs. So to fit with that, our function-specific courses identify specific needs for roles and responsibilities for those involved in the dangerous goods supply chain. For example, our consignor freight forwarder covers general provisions and also goes into much greater levels of detail with additional elements for stowage and segregation and transport operations. These role-specific courses would typically be completed within sort of 14 to 21 hours of study time, so 2 to 3 days in the equivalent sort of classroom training. In addition to the function-specific courses, there is a Dangerous Goods Transport General Awareness course, which we offer in both English and Spanish for those needing to familiarise themselves with the IMDG code. There is an advanced course for dangerous goods professionals and a refresher course that focuses on updates applied between IMDG code amendments. A little bit of what Gene was talking about at the end of his presentation. One comment that is sometimes made about e-learning is its physical limitations and lack of opportunity for direct interaction with a trainer. E-learning can't completely replicate a classroom environment where a trainer might demonstrate particular packaging materials or securing equipment or labels, or discuss a particular subject in greater detail. However, our course materials may be adapted to form part of a blended learning approach, and we're happy to discuss specific requirements with customers and trainers. In addition to our IMDG code e-learning courses, we have combined with a number of other organisations to provide associated training. In collaboration with the TT Club and ICAO, we supply CTU code training, which follows the publication from IMO, ILO, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. The code was created to assist industry, employers and workers organisations, as well as governments, in training their staff in the safe stowage of cargo in containers. And candidates completing the course must show a sound understanding of the code. And in association with IDCO, our tank e-learning course offers awareness training for those personnel with a direct responsibility for the operation or management of tank containers. It's a multi-module course that allows candidates to achieve measurable awareness about the operation of portable tanks as prescribed by IMO. These two additional courses follow a very similar image-heavy and animated structure to our IMDG code training, and anybody who has conducted our IMDG code training would be immediately familiar with the course standard. We provide our courses either standalone or as part of our learning management system, eLearnBase. By having this platform, it allows us to provide an administration system. Administrators can see at a glance candidates' participation, progress and completion, and it would allow the administrator and the employer to make a complete training record for staff. We do supply this solution and our courses to a complete range of customers, from those buying one-off courses to those offering training to all of their staff, which may run into many thousands. Many larger clients take advantage of this eLearnBase admin system, and even larger ones may want to receive the files by SCORM and actually incorporate within their own learning management systems, and we're able to do that as well. Our training is endorsed by a number of high-profile organisations, and the IMDG code training is independently verified by Det Norsk Veritas, one of the world's leading classification societies. Training has been approved by competent authorities worldwide, and we have an active policy to maintain and enhance these approvals, often in collaboration with partners. This year, we were the first e-learning IMDG course certified by the Port of Antwerp, and more recently, in association with Wellback, our course is being used for IMDG training in Singapore. This slide here just shows a bit of a cross-section of some of the customers that use our IMDG code training. Many global organizations here have integrated their e-learning into their own systems and made the courses available to all of their members of staff. We do try to encourage IMDG code training in as many staff as possible. Our way of supporting that is to offer volume discounts with our e-learning courses. We have discussed a course offer that we're prepared to give for delegates registering for this special event, and anybody who arranges 3 e-learning courses would get a 4th free, and we'll offer that until the end of October. So please, if there is anybody out there who wants to take advantage of that, please feel free to do so. Just a little bit more information here. In July 2020, our parent company NCB released a white paper, a comprehensive holistic approach to enhance safety. They had a number of recommendations, 12 recommendations in total in that white paper. And it describes education as a crucial part of the safe handling of dangerous goods cargo. I think we all agree with that. It sets out to encourage the establishment of corporate culture of dangerous goods compliance, a dangerous goods department, and a compliant training program. We fully support those initiatives, and we're happy to discuss and work with any organisation looking to achieve those goals. And that's it for me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Chris. First thing I would say is that offer is for Labeline customers, so that's available from Labeline. Is that right? It's through the yeah. So it's anybody who purchases through Labeline until the end of October gets buy 3 get 1 free. So fantastic offer. Thank you very much for that. The other thing is Colin Westcott has said this is a very good course. I've completed it. So there are quite a few of our customers that have done this in this current climate of not being able to go to classrooms very easily. It may be worth considering for others. So I'm just going to dip out again and leave you now to your next presentation. Okay, Chris.
Thank you very much. Right, with a little confirmation, I hope you can see this this next presentation from me. Just to reaffirm, it's Chris Barker from Exis Technologies, and this presentation is about HasCheck Detect, our newly launched cargo screening solution. Working as we do with NCB, as mentioned earlier, SINs, and the majority of the largest shipping lines, we're perhaps in a unique position to provide solutions which can be adopted and accepted throughout the shipping industry. Firstly, I'd like to give some context and background for this cargo screening solution. Exis Technologies, we do e-learning, we have these tools that are available. The digital tools that we've historically created and shared with people have helped users to check and validate declared dangerous goods shipments to ensure that they are compliant with the IMDG code and safe to carry by sea. HasCheck Detect is a tool available to record and report details of physical cargo inspections. Sorry, HasCheck Inspect is a tool available to record and report details of physical cargo inspections. And in amongst that, they scan, they look at 40,000 container inspections per year, and that information is added to a database that we maintain on behalf of NCB. Our digital tools are considered to be the industry standard, with 9 of the top 10 container lines using HasCheck to validate shipments. This slide represents a snapshot of HasCheck customers accessing services hosted by us on any given day. We receive and process around 4 million requests through these services each month. Our validation tools rely on cargo being declared as dangerous goods. Physical inspections used to check load compliance for declared cargo may also be used to target potential undeclared containers, but the sheer scale of the container shipping industry means that inspecting all containers prior to loading on vessels is not an option. In 2019, NCB completed a container inspection safety initiative in collaboration with SINs and randomly expected 500 units. Their results showed that 274 units, 55%, failed the inspection. And within that sample, 6.5% of declared dangerous goods were identified as misdeclared. Just to give a bit of context to that, if we consider that an estimated 5.4 million dangerous goods containers are shipped each year, that sample shows the potential scale of the problem of misdeclared units being loaded onto vessels. It's clearly recognised that undeclared and misdeclared dangerous goods are a problem, I think by pretty much everybody, and there's an urgent need for a solution. Undeclared and misdeclared cargoes have been blamed for a number of high-profile incidents and an increasing number of vessel fires in recent years. Many shipping lines now feel forced to introduce large fines to shippers for any cargo misrepresentation. At Exis, we set out to design a secure cargo screening solution which could be used by all major shipping companies, a tool to screen cargo throughout the booking process against rules which are available to be shared. The sharing of rules was considered essential. As once suspect cargo is identified, carriers need to be sure that the booking is not going to be cancelled and rebooked onto a partner line. With the alliances, there needs to be a certainty that the unit isn't going to be booked with another carrier and end up on the original vessel anyway. The result in HasCheck Detect is a fully hosted cargo screening service. scanning bookings real time and providing a response back to the customer via a web API in seconds. It checks for undeclared dangerous goods and also misdeclared cargo, leaning heavily on our knowledge and experience of the IMDG code using our existing validation solutions. Initially, our service receives an individual booking payload request from the customer. We'll acknowledge the payload, and soon after, the hits are returned. It's an almost immediate response, several seconds for the response. We would scan that data against many thousands of rules. Historic manual solutions employed by shipping lines may only identify a small number of critical keywords, and the screening information may not be acted upon until after the container is loaded onto the vessel. There's just so much data for them to work through. In HasCheck Detect, each cargo item is screened multiple times. Whenever information is added or amended, we'll pick it up at the booking stage, and then as shipping instructions are added, bill of lading instructions, any information is changed within the booking. The tool is structured with rules in libraries, and ultimately thousands of rules are available within these libraries. The use of libraries allows for the rules to be made available to other interested parties, for example, such as partner lines, and allows them to achieve the same hits as from the same data payload. Each library can be organized to look for different things, and specific libraries may be shared with different organizations. So for example, some libraries with client information may need to be kept private. Some can be available to the whole industry. And we include our hazardous rules in amongst that, our misdeclared cargo. And we are able even to provide these rule libraries to people who are developing their own cargo screening solutions. So this is not precluding anybody from using the solution. The principle for this sharing is critical for us at Exis and for HasCheck Detect. We do know that other screening solutions are in development and people have their own way of going about things. But there is this inability perhaps for people to share that information. So having an industry solution is absolutely critical. What I would just add as well is that screening is not just limited to identifying undeclared and misdeclared dangerous goods. With this use of libraries, it is possible to create specific libraries which might detect other compliance cargoes of interest. Waste is one, wildlife or contraband. These are all possibilities. So this screening solution can be used against a booking payload. HasCheck Detect screens booking data and returns hits based on the identification of specific keywords or phrases contained within the booking that might suggest anything suspicious within the data. Flagging that information back. A simple example might be to look for the word paint, which when used in a bill of lading or a booking, we might expect to be a declared dangerous good. HasCheck Detect takes basic keywords and creates a complex rule structure which is able to search for close matches or proximity matches, and also to identify synonyms, misspellings, and also ignore certain items. Rules are not designed to be fixed. They're designed to allow additions and revisions and evolve and be refined to improve the quality and the number of hits that a customer might receive. And also there might be new items of interest that come along. So these are things that people need to be able to search for. The solution itself, it doesn't just search in the booking description. It searches in all of the items that you might find in a bill of lading. So that might be, you might have a rule which would look against a specific location, a specific shipper, or specific addresses. From our side, HasCheck Detect was adopted by Maersk as their cargo screening solution in February 2020. And now Maersk route all of their booking data through HasCheck Detect, which returns results to their small dangerous goods team to investigate and to follow up with the shipper. Their actions might include asking for additional information, such as an MSDS, or shippers may be encouraged to refine the cargo description or to correctly declare the cargo. In Maersk's case, the team has the authority to prevent the container being loaded or to arrange a physical cargo inspection, for example, to verify the load. From the production environment, Maersk have advised that they record around about 1,000 hits a day from a payload of around about 200,000 items globally. They have advised that they've estimated that since the introduction of HasCheck Detect, that they've prevented on average 40 containers a week from being loaded onto vessels with the potential to cause a safety incident. For our side, implementing HasCheck Detect with the world's largest container line gives us a great deal of confidence that the solution is equipped to handle huge data flows, and the system's ready to accept additional shipping lines right now. We're able to embed the system into clients' existing IT systems or host within our own user interface, which allows for the management of rules and libraries and report screening results. And at the moment, since February, we've conducted a number of data screening trials and with other container lines wanting to evaluate the solution. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Hello again, Chris. Yeah, thanks for that. Very insightful and hopefully a massive step forward in safety at onboard vessels after what we've seen over the last few years. So I do have a couple of questions. One is specific to recognising exemptions. So if you've got environmentally hazardous products, 3082, 3077 going to class 9, packing group 3, and the shipping line recognises that systems are exempted from the code. I'm not a DG expert, but it was just a question that arises. If they're exempted from the IMDG code, despite the fact that that the SDS would say 3082, 3077, because you're using that as a reference, presumably to flag raise, yeah?
So what the solution would do is look through the data that's submitted, whether the information was declared as hazardous or not. That would be the first thing, and try to establish whether it was a misdeclared, from that point of view. But it would also, we can also look for things like technical names, for example. So for generic UN numbers, we can look for technical names within there. So what tends to happen is that we will create a rule set. The information starts to permeate through the system, and the permeation of that information through the system does help to develop rules and refine rules. We're working with obviously dangerous goods experts at Maersk in the case of the live environment, and what they're feeding back to us is when they're not quite getting the hits that they want to get, or when they do get the hits, and when rules need refining. So I think probably the easiest way for me to answer that is just to say that perhaps initially there may be some concern about what is allowed and what isn't, but what lines do is have this great amount of flexibility to be able to get the kind of results that they want to get, and what they want to identify as potentially risky cargo for them to load on board ships.
So it's an evolving tool.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. Yeah.
one thing that Roger Kagan has raised in the past, we have seen some shipping lines. Sorry, this is from Roger said BL descriptions. Bill of lading descriptions are often bank LC descriptions. Is that everything you've come across with a misnomer going on there?
I don't know about that. I mean, as I said within the presentation, I mean, what we can do is we don't look at information in isolation. And there's quite often that you get within a particular payload, there is some conjecture between the information that's being provided. What the screening solution does is it identifies where the particular keyword or key phrase occurs within the data payload. And so the information that's fed back to the dangerous goods experts, they do actually see where the information is held within the data payload. So whether that is in bill of lading instructions, whether that's in cargo description, whether that's in customs description, all of those kind of things, they can all be screened individually.
Okay, and one more question from Lee Trevis at Expeditors. In the past, we have seen some shipping lines using has checked, looking for inner packaging information to be present on the DG transport document. Is that still the case with this technology?
This solution doesn't go down to inner packaging levels. It's not looking at that kind of level. What we're trying to establish with has check detect is whether something is declared or misdeclared, not at a level of kind of inner packaging level. This is more a case of where serious incidents are occurring, and some of the incidents that we showed on board vessels. I mean, I think this is an evolving technology, and very much this is at the start of this. And I think there are big situations at the moment where people are basically using descriptions which are very loose and trying to get away with actually declaring dangerous goods at all. And that tends to be the problem that shipping lines are finding. So I think this is very much at that stage at this point, that we're really looking for, let's identify where we've got 22 tons of ammonium nitrate in a container and somebody's said that it's actually something perfectly pleasant.
Right. No, I think that's fine. Apologies for the delay, but I think it was probably worthwhile listening to Jean before you started your presentation. So thank you.
I have missed my afternoon nap though now. You do know that, don't you? I have missed my afternoon nap.
Well, feel sorry for Janet and the likes in America who have been on the coffee since first morning, so you've had it easy. Thank you. So thanks a lot, Chris. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
So now we're back to Jean again. I hope Jean is already. He's going to talk about changes to the 49 CFR, and then he's going to follow it on. He's another double banker, really following up with information about the CDG qualification. So I think you should just about be live now. Excellent. I will now leave you, Jean.
Okay, I'm not going to take quite as long on these. In fact, we could almost sum up the USA DOT like nothing interesting is happening or has happened. But
I'll see it.
Let's go through this and I'll stick within the 10 minutes and then we'll get on to the other one. So in the USA, our transport regulations are called the 49 CFR or Title 49 CFR of the Code of Federal Regulations, or sometimes we even say CFR 49. So Code of Federal Regulations, the 49th out of the 50. And we have a DOT, Department of Transportation, not a DFT, transportation, not transport. I don't know why you guys can't get it right, but anyway. So we're going to start off with the January 2018 timeline. Yes, 2018. Yes, it will be relevant. Okay. Barack Obama was president and the US DOT did not have their rulemaking out. Now, they are supposed to have this rulemaking out before the end of the year to harmonize with any changes to the international regulations. And there's a whole series of them. They all start HM 215 and then a letter. O was the one at the time. It was not out on time. We had had an election and Donald Trump won, and he became inaugurated the middle of January. And about the same day that he got inaugurated, the US DOT provided late their rulemaking, their harmonized rulemaking to the Federal Register. They published it as this is something that's going to take place in the next couple days. And during those couple days, the White House, well, yeah, sort of like, what is it, 10 Downing Street? The people in the administration, led by the president, froze all new rulemakings, especially safety ones. And they came out with some executive orders clarifying what was necessary to get a regulation through. These executive orders included the 2-for-1. Hey, this is not a great deal while shopping. This is that each new regulation absolutely has to be accompanied by the deletion of 2 older regulations. Add 1 new one, get rid of 2 old ones. Make things easier and easier for industry. Now, that's an issue, but sometimes old regulations can be deleted. Sometimes a new regulation could be written broadly and cover more than the 2 are being deleted. But the next one is no net cost to industry. Each new regulation that costs industry any additional money, I use a dollar sign because I'm in the US, could have put a pound sign or a euro sign in there, must be accompanied by deletion of regulations that are of an equal monetary cost. Can't make industry spend any more money to be safe, to protect people, property, or the environment. Okay. There was at the time an existing lithium battery harmonization regulation proposed, separate regulation from the general harmonization one, and it saved money. A number of industry representatives had to weigh in and say, look, if we can't harmonize internationally, this is going to cost us a lot of money, and we're not going to be able to move things. And even so, it took more than 2 months for it to be approved by the administration. So that's the environment that we have existed in since 2018 or 2017, whatever it was. Going forward, HM 215.0 is the rulemaking at that time. It took from the time that, so it was actually 2017 when Trump became president. The final rule approved the 11th of May, 2020. So it took years to get this rule that's supposed to make things simpler, to make them economically viable by harmonizing internationally. It improves international commerce and took years to get approved. Okay. In that rulemaking, which only took place recently, there's a lithium battery summary document. Now there's going to be a long transition period for that. So nothing to worry about, nothing immediate now. And again, this is just to harmonize the US regulations with the UN, with the IMO, with the ICAO, and thus IATA. The proper shipping names for articles were finally brought in and allowed in. It allowed authorization for new editions of the ICAO or the IMDG code, although, heck, if you use a new edition that's not been approved, I don't think anybody's going to enforce it against you. It just would technically be wrong. People that deal with Canada and rail things, other movement approvals, one-time movement approvals for rail cars that have leaked or damaged or something like that. They recognized updated ISO cylinder standards, and work is ongoing in the US to perhaps allow UN cylinders. Right now, all the cylinders allowed in the US are DOT cylinders. Sometimes UN cylinders can come in. They can't necessarily be refilled or reused or offered here. So going forward, the next rulemaking, HM 215P. Now, they used to do these once a year. And if it was 2017 or 2016 for the O, we would expect it to P a long time ago. But because it took the O regulation so long to come out, the notice of proposed rulemaking, not the final rule, but the notice of proposed rulemaking is expected in August of 2020, according to the last schedule released by the division of the DOT that does the dangerous goods rules. Yeah, we're September 2020, aren't we? So not a whole lot going on. Polymerizing substances, when they put this in the regulations in the US, they had a sunset, which means the regulation expired 2nd of January 2019. They did renew it. Now PHMSA is pipeline. Okay, so that's how a lot of hazmat or energy products are moved in the US. And hazardous materials. Hazardous materials are what we in the US use to describe dangerous goods. Safety Administration. So PHMSA is how they pronounce it, did renew the polymerizing substances. It's still not quite harmonized globally because the cutoffs for the self-accelerating polymerization temperature, it's like an SADT for self-reactive. The cutoffs don't match. We're not modally harmonized. And PHMSA is supposed to be working at the UN to try to gather data to decide whether the UN standards should be used or the more restrictive DOT standard should be used. Of course, there are unchanged and remaining unchanged US variations. You can find almost all of these in the IATA book. You look in the state variations, which really means nation or country, under USG, and then whatever the number is, okay? There are also in the 49 CFR, the reference there is Part 171, Section 22. So that 171.22 is just a regulatory reference. And then the couple that follow after it. RQ and hazardous substance, US only requirements. Inhalation hazards and hazard zones for things that are toxic inhalation hazards, or the old term poison inhalation hazards, US only, must be complied with to and from the US. We have a US list-based marine pollutants list, a lot like the IMO used to do in the IMDG code before they went to criteria. You can, in the US, by the way, voluntarily use those criteria. The only marine pollutants in the US that you're required to comply with are on that list. And if you use criteria, hopefully everything on that list would show up and continue to be a marine pollutant, but you might want to check it anyway. You've got to provide emergency response information, 2 types, a phone number and documentation. A lot of other countries do that, so written and phone number. Combustible liquids, oh my goodness, that's something that we regulate. Things in bulk, and the term bulk in the US does not mean the same as bulk in the rest of the world and other regulations. So combustible liquids get regulated, and they may have a placard that you don't recognize when you receive them. And if you send to the US and it's a combustible liquid, you have to comply with it and provide those placards. Now, for enforcement purposes, they generally allow a material that's at a port, whether it's an airport or more commonly a seaport, to placard and identify it, provide shipping documents at that point, but technically it was supposed to have them on when it entered the territorial waters. And we won't even talk about reclassified flammable liquids as combustible liquids. In the US, the definition of aerosol is different, has been different for a long time. Again, there's another proposal to change it, but it might be new regulations. They'd have to get rid of 2 more regulations. They'd have to show that it saved industry money, not cost them money, that kind of stuff. For these unchanged and unchanging US variations, like I said, you can get them out of the IATA or the 49 CFR. If you want to know more about them because you don't already, there is going to be a CHCS, Chemical Hazard Communication Society webinar. There's the link to it there. It's on the 24th of September from 1:30 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. And if you do attend that, I hope you like the sound of my voice because I'm going to be the one that's doing that. But we will talk about each of those US particular things in detail so you know how to do them. But they haven't changed, they're still there. Have there been any other rulemakings during the current president's term? Well, liquefied natural gas by rail, there have been some rulemakings, not likely to affect anybody shipping transatlantically. So there's some other rail related ones, especially related to energy products, crude petroleum, ethanol, stuff like that, and trying to make the rail transportation safer. The biggest ones that they've allowed there are a bunch of exceptions so that everybody, any distillery or anybody else, could make alcohol-based sanitizers and making them easier to ship. And that's great and that's wonderful. So they're now hand sanitizers available everywhere. They all cost 5 to 10 times what it used to cost. So, you know, even though there are many more of them than before, the law of supply and demand doesn't seem to keep the price down. And they have said that there is an enforcement discretion is being used to not enforce retraining requirements. In the US, you have to be retrained every 3 years, or maybe more frequently if the rules change. Of course, we're not changing rules very fast, so this is a retraining enforcement delay. Your old training is still good. They do encourage you to do it online or do it partially, but if you don't do it, you're okay. Now, it's real important that you know if you have a subsidiary over there and somebody takes over doing a job that they didn't do before, or you hire somebody new, you cannot not train or delay this initial training. Initial training must take place as the regulations say already. They do encourage online retraining. They've extended this lack of enforcement period at least once, and they probably will extend it again. If you'd like to see what the regulations are, and you've got old 49 CFRs, you look up something in the old 49 CFR, you go to E, like electronic, CFR.gov, hit the drop down to 49 CFR, and then find that same regulation. They do keep 49 CFRs online and up to date, so you don't have to buy 49 CFRs very often. Just look in your old one, check with eCFR to see if it's changed. What's coming up next? We got a presidential election and then an inauguration. Maybe if we have a new president, maybe those executive orders will be retracted, and maybe we'll go back to getting harmonization rulemakings approved rapidly. But for the time being, you know, the longer we have the current president in office, the less harmonized the US will be with the rest of the world. And that's it for that one, and I hope I did it in the 10 minutes. Okay, next one.
Yeah, thank you, Gene. That was really cool. Really quick. Thank you. I just have one just thing to confirm is that your event on the 24th for the CHCS is UK time.
Yes.
UK time, yeah. So,
yep,
okay.
UK time. So we take 5 hours off that, so it's only 8:30 in the morning for me. That's definitely not too early.
That's not too bad. All right. Okay.
Unlike me and Janet, who had to start at 7 this morning. No, that's not bad either.
No, it's, we all appreciate everyone around the world logging in and kicking out and leaving at different times. You know, that's how it is. But yes, you're now going to talk about the Certificate of Dangerous Goods Professionals and why it's important from a global perspective, not just within America, and the fact it's a vocational qualification, even though it's not a regulatory requirement. Is that a good introduction to this one, Gene?
Sounds wonderful to me.
Off you go then. Cheers.
Thank you much. CDGP, Certified Dangerous Goods Professional. Let's just talk about this real quick. Now, quality training is crucial. Why is it crucial? Because it affects safety. These rules that we're training for are to protect people, their health, safety, their lives, property. You know, boats, trains, planes, and trucks can be fairly expensive. And of course, the environment, which we all have to live in. So if you don't train well, the rules don't necessarily get followed and things aren't protected as well. With the internet and the rise of the web, lower price, short duration training proliferated more and more and more. And by spending less time training, people were off the job less, they could stay more productive, which saved companies money. And because this sometimes crappy training was recorded, it could be delivered over and over again by a computer without costing any of the providers any more money, so they could price it less. So 2 ways that people save money. And again, I used the US dollar sign, could have used euros or pound sign. So how does an uninformed company, one that doesn't know much about hazmat, know which dangerous goods or hazmat training is high quality? Now, there used to be a magazine in the US, I think it's defunct, called Good Housekeeping. And they would evaluate products, and the things that were good, they gave the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. They don't have that anymore, but that concept of doing something like that for training was appealing to people, especially the providers of high quality training. that took longer and weren't able to price it as cheaply because often was delivered live. There was another magazine, Consumer Reports, used to rate things from cars to vacuum cleaners to, shampoos, anything else. Again, we wanted something that would allow uninformed consumers of training to know what was good and what wasn't. A bunch of trainers got together and created the DGTA, the Dangerous Goods Trainers Association. And from there, this DGTA created 5 Certified Dangerous Goods Trainer certifications. And we separated them out by regulation. So Canada had 1, US had 1, International Air, International Water, and ADR. Sorry, RID and ADN people, we didn't have one for you. And that way a trainer could say, I'm a certified dangerous goods trainer. Are you buying training delivered by a certified trainer? And hopefully that was going to help people pick good training. Excuse me. Now, an excellent trainer knows the subject matter and can effectively communicate that knowledge. So how are we going to determine whether who got the T, Certified Dangerous Goods Trainer certification? Well, how would they show the subject matter knowledge? We created a CDGP, the P for professional. There's the T for trainer, the P for professional. CDGP meant they were a subject matter expert. Now, there is no certification or wasn't one created yet for teaching ability, but there are a variety of different ways to get that. There are other certifications like a CIT or CET, or maybe somebody got a college or university degree in teaching or education. Other ways in which that could be assessed. But really, it's the P that we kind of want to focus on now. And by the way, the DGTA, as it's a nonprofit organization, but didn't have all the resources to get these certifications accredited. So the IHMM took over them. Technically, they bought them, and they have them accredited. Now, 5 CDGTs became 1. IHMM, in case you wanted to know, was Institute of Hazardous Materials Management. So now we have 1 CDGT and 1 CDGP. The regulations that these address, water, ocean, boat, or vessel, which means IMO's IMDG code, so it's global. Air regulations, so ICAO. Well, hardly anybody actually uses the ICAO regulations, so the IATA regulations are used because they incorporate ICAO. Again, they're global. For surface, whether it's road or rail, what do we use? There's nothing that's truly global. So we chose the UN recommendations because ADR tries to harmonize with them, because 49 CFR tries to harmonize them, because the Australian Dangerous Goods Code tries to harmonize with them, and so forth and so on. And of course, in most of South America, virtually every country actually uses the model regulations as real regulations. If only they could all agree on the same edition, make transportation in South America a lot easier. In any event, that's what the CDGP and the CDGT address, all 3 of those, or 4 of them if you consider IATA to be separate, okay? It covers shipper functions, but not just shipper functions, package manufacturing functions are covered. So whether it's Part 6 in the UN or the IMDG code, or it's Section 6 in the IATA book, package manufacturing is covered. Handling and carrier functions are covered under the professional certification. Administrative, emergency response. When we say all classes, we mean all classes, including 1, 6.2, and 7 in all sizes, from small to gigantic. Now, some people think, what do we need a CDGP for? I have a DGSA. Well, let's compare these real quickly, and then I can probably be done. Hopefully still be under 10 minutes, okay? A DGSA is not accredited, doesn't really need to be. It's kind of required by the government, but a CDGP is independently accredited, okay? So it meets all the standards for being a high quality certification, and it's administered fairly. It's got all the controls in place to make sure that it covers the things it should cover or claims to cover, tests properly. DGSA, not all modes. Hey, I wasn't allowed to fly over to Ireland to retake my DGSA exam, which I'd like to think I would have passed because of COVID travel restrictions. So my DGSA unfortunately has lapsed, If I use it as a signature or something somewhere, I have to tell people it's lapsed. But when I can get over and take the exam, I'm getting it again. But mine's just ADR. It doesn't cover IATA. I understand some countries you can get an IATA DGSA. Okay? CDGP, all modes, air, sea, road, and rail. DGSA, even though they might call it all classes, you can certainly get some that don't say all classes. Mine was supposed to be all classes, but didn't cover explosives and radioactives. I don't remember whether it covered infectious or not. CDGP, all classes means all of them are covered. DGSA is regional, right? Or maybe you want to say continental, but it doesn't cover the whole world. The CDGP is meant to be global and cover the whole world. DGSA is not necessarily for carriers. It's a shipper's certification. CDGP is for all roles. DGSA is required. CDGP is voluntary. Because it's required, okay, well, we'll skip. It looks like I got these out of order. When you take a DGSA exam, it is open book, and it's whichever individual regulation you're being tested on. Open ADR, open IATA book. In the CDGP, it's also open book exam. It is timed, but it's open books because it's multiple regulations. DGSA being required, every company has one or contracts with one, at least each shipping company that ships dangerous goods. With the CDGP, it's voluntary. And only those people that deal with multi-modes and multi-hazards tend to get one. Only the top high quality professionals get it. So it shows that you're not just minimally qualified, it shows that you're maximally qualified. Okay, what are the benefits of a CDGP? It proves that you're competent, like maybe to upper management. Why would that be important? Because raises, reviews, promotions might be nice for them to know that they might understand exactly what you do, but now you have this additional independent accredited certification, you must be able to do it damn well. To customers and suppliers, it gives you some believability and credibility. It's like when I tell you that the regulation says this, I know what I'm talking about because I am now in this case, a DGSA gives you the same kind of credibility, as long as you're talking about the same regulation, same class. But either one gives you some additional believability and credibility. Unless you're elsewhere in the world where they don't have DGSAs, then the CDGP does that around the world. To enforcement, hey, if they see that the person running your program has one of these, then are they going to spend a whole lot of time here now that you've proved you're an expert? A lot of times enforcement wants to find the people that are not doing things well so that we can encourage them to raise their level of safety and protect the public. There's no need for enforcement to pick on people that are doing stuff right, have systems in place, and know the regulations. And CDGP says you know the regulations. And if you want to switch jobs, hey, put it on your resume. It says you know how to do this, the way to prove it. How do you get one? You go to ihmm.org. They now have a variety of exam options. You will have to fill out an application. You pay a little fee. You got to provide a couple of professional references. You have to have 5 years of safety-related experience. But you can take the exam live on paper. Well, obviously around the world, these live training classes and thus live exams are greatly reduced. We do have one hopefully taking place next month in Dallas. Criterion, the private company that does all sorts of testing, and some universities, there are different kinds of places around the world where you can go into a testing center and take it electronically. And recently, IHMM has worked on a method for remotely monitoring the testing. Now, I think it requires a webcam where somebody watches you as you take the exam to make sure you're not cheating or getting help otherwise, but there are a variety of exam options. If you want a prep course for it, you don't need it. You don't have to have it. People have gotten it without a prep course. I got mine without a prep course. There is an exam prep course. There is somebody else that teaches one in China, but as far as I know, in the rest of the world, there's only one person, one company that gives it, and that's me. So ideally, we do it in person. That's the way people learn the best, but I now do it by webinar as well. In summary, people, property, and environment are very important. That's why we do hazmat right. compliance leads to safety. A CDGP, the professional, says doers, the people who are actually doing the shipping or the handling or the package manufacturer, whatever, have the knowledge to do it right. The CDGT is something that trainers can say, not only do I know this information, but I can also deliver the information in an understandable fashion. You must have a P before you can get a T. And then, of course, the exam, where you see if you know this guy. Now, I don't know if in England you have a term about knowing anything, knowing Jack. Oh, that's not an H, that's an M. Never mind. And I'm not going to give you a test, but I am done. Any questions about a CDGP?
Brilliant, Gene. Thank you very much, and entertaining as always, and nice way to finish. I do have a couple. Yes, so Lee Travis has actually got 3 questions. The first is, so the CDGP covers ADR? Question mark.
No, not directly. CDGP covers the UN recommendations, so it's structured the same way as ADR. But anytime that ADR has anything particular or unique to it, that will not be covered by the CDGP.
And you're basically saying it's not a replacement for DGSA, it's an enhancement to it in that respect.
Oh, that's a great way. Yes, I'd love to say it that way. Thank you.
Oh, it's just, I'm just English. And how many CDGP certificated professionals are there?
I don't think we've hit 1,000 yet, but there are several hundreds.
Right, and this is obviously primarily in the US, but I know there are CDGPs in other parts of the world. But
well, you say primarily in the US is yes, that the group of people that got together to create the Dangerous Goods Trainers Association were mostly US people. There were people from Canada, were people from Europe, but we met in the US, and so we started marketing or selling it mostly in the US. But it's only about a decade old, and it was never, ever intended to be US only. It's just that's where it's growing from.
Right, okay. And the other question is asked, is it recognized by the UN?
No, but apparently the UN doesn't want to recognize any particular certifications. DGTA is an observer, has observer status at the UN, and has talked about that. And the word in the hallway is, well, if we do that for CDGP, are we going to have to do that for other things as well? And so, no, the UN doesn't intend to do that. But that's why we have a separate accreditation.
Okay, and Roger Kagan has asked that, or just mentioned the fact that there are a number of relevant qualifications that you can get, which include certified EU stevedore, a warehouse operator, and there are other related qualifications which may be more hands-on in some of the roles that DGSAs might carry out.
That's a wonderful point. And yes, if people have limited roles, it's a great thing to have. The CDGP is more for people that are management or oversight or have to have a real broad range of responsibilities. So yes, the more narrow the functions are, the more likely it is you'll find another certification that'll be appropriate for those narrower functions. Yes, thank you, Roger. Okay, and in the EU, do you know how many CDGPs there are in Europe? And how IATA would know. No. Okay. I'll bet it's less than 100 at the moment. Okay. More than a dozen, less than 100. You want to join us? Not me. There's a couple who are listening, I hope. And the final question, I suppose it's kind of been answered, but is it recognised internationally? I guess it's how you look at it, either commercially or from an authority point of view, but it's more from a commercial angle, I would have thought, yeah? Yeah, more commercial angles. I'd compare it to, and I apologize, I did grow up in the US, but if you're a lawyer, a barrister, an attorney, whatever you call it, you can be admitted to the bar. And the bar doesn't have to be approved by anybody, it's just that's a way to show that you're competent as a lawyer. If you're an accountant, you can get a CPA, a certified public accountant. and it's an independent accredited thing, and you get to hang up the letters CPA beside your bookkeeping business to show that somebody independent has verified that you know what the hell you're doing. And the government agencies don't have to acknowledge that this certification is any good. That's the point of accreditation agencies.
Brilliant. Okay, Gene, I think you've done your bit, mate. 3 fantastic presentations. On behalf of the floor, I'd like to thank you very much and look forward to speaking with you again sometime soon. It's a shame you couldn't come over for the roadshow, but maybe another time. Let's hope.
Yeah, well, I'm enjoying the web show instead, and I really appreciate the other presentations too. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being part of it. Cheers, then. Bye-bye now. Right, so we're now, finally, we've got through to our final panelist. And that's Mark Spence, who is the current chair of the British Association of Dangerous Goods Professionals. And Mark, with all his practical experience of limited quantities and packaging and everything, will be talking about getting dangerous goods packaging and labelling correct. So over to you, Mark. Are you up in slideshow presentation?
Yeah, can you see it?
Yeah, you're in presentation mode rather than slideshow. So we need the slideshow up as we were talking about the other day. Just make sure that you.
Hang on, let's swap this round.
It's the right thing. You just needed to get it up. That's it. Okay. Yeah. So if you now click that, right, slideshow, click at the top in the middle, slideshow. It says no, under compatibility mode. Okay. No, we've gone back here. Okay,
sorry.
we're slideshow. So above, just above on the grey, you've got home, insert. These are the headings. It says slideshow. Just click on that. Keep going up. I feel like burning the bolt here. Here we go. Left and up. Go 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
On the left, up, left and up. Right at the top, grey bits at the top. That's
right,
it.
okay.
Go along. There. Next one, slideshow. That's it. Click on slideshow. Next to review. Next one along. Slideshow.
I haven't got another one on.
That's it. There. Click slideshow.
Okay.
Working. Okay, maybe click that icon just above where it says design at the top there. Then that might do it for you. Because at the moment you're in. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't matter. We'll have to work on this then. On the right at the top, you've got a button that says slideshow presentation. It's an icon. Never mind. We'll run as we are, Mark. Okay.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll just go with this one then, so you can see all of it. So anyway,
that slide and the next slide. So it'll be a question of.
you'll see what's coming up. So, okay. But anyway, I'm going to make it short and sweet. And thank you, Richard, for everything that you and Labeline have done for Badge B over the years. My name's Mark Spence. So, briefly go through the life cycle of packaging. So we're looking at the new stuff, pre-fill, and when it's filled for use. Quick look at when it's used. It tends to be robust, so gets reused. It's designed to be robust, but also gets repurposed. So I've seen quite a few examples of that sort of thing. So supply chain, actually what we're talking about from the supply chain point of view is customer expectation. Customer wants it delivered in the same condition that they gave it to the driver. The problem is that quite often the customer thinks that the driver that they give it to, whether it's a guy with a van, an 18-tonner, whatever, a full Arctic, they quite often think that's the guy who will deliver it, which is quite an issue when their expectation of what will happen. And they may think, well, actually, nah, Bob's collected it for years. He knows everything about it, and they don't think about the fact that it can get handled quite a few times. So, yeah, man in the van, you pay for what you get. So dedicated transport, brilliant. Or even a full load, you may get driver swap over due to driver's hours. I'm going to say, going on, if it's groupage, then handle at least twice. Put it through a pallet network, certainly in the UK and Europe, pallet networks are used an awful lot. It gets handled at least 6 times, particularly with dangerous goods. That's an awful lot of loading and unloading of the freight. So everything needs to be properly labelled. Just because the guy at the start who picked it up knows what it is, 6 people down the line, they've got no chance unless it's properly shown. But also, because of where we are with the recession, people are ordering less. So the people that used to send out full Arctic loads are sending much smaller loads. Well, they might have been quite happy with what they were sending, and the drivers knew, when it becomes groupage, smaller loads, we get issues. So, all in the label. Here we go. Something.
Could you try pressing F5, see what happens? Control F5 or F5. Control F5. No, it's just a suggestion. It's going to get back to slideshow. Never mind. Okay, carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
So, yeah, topical thing, a 6.2. See a lot of these moved around. Yeah, all in the label. Take the label off, and it's a yellow plastic tub. No one cares about it. Whereas you put the label on, and you're declaring it as dangerous goods, even though it may well not be empty. I know there can be discussion over this point of view, but from, obviously we were talking about the police earlier, they pull a guy over, pull it back, don't know whether they will be that keen clambering onto the back of a vehicle to check whether they are new and unused, particularly if you've got things like sharp spins and things like that. So it's all thinking about how it's declared and doing it properly, and actually making people aware all the way down the line that stuff's coming through. Maybe some of it is got labelling on that people need to be aware of. So, and had an issue. Other internet sellers are available, so quite a decent pair of slippers, and actually they're quite considerate because they provided a little aerosol. And despite the fact that the guy who got this through a sortation centre, fulfillment centre, sent it on, even though it was declared as having the aerosol in it, didn't check the fact that there was no labels. So the company involved got a very nice little letter from the UK Civil Aviation Authority, basically pointing out the rather large fine and the potential prison sentence that if it happened again. The consignment got stopped as well. So the whole consignment, they'd paid for the shipment, had to correctly declare it. So as well as the potential fines and issues for not declaring it, they had to pay again to send it out when it was properly done. And here we have some other freight that came through, apart from them using vehicle placards on the barrels. This was sent through a company that only moves limited quantities, but the people that did it put on the paperwork it was limited quantities. Again, freight being stopped, customers upset, and I think someone needed a bit of extra training. Because whether they were doing it deliberately or not, it caused a problem, caused a few issues. So, and then you also get issues with returns. This one came through. At the time, my French was rather lacking. enveloped feed is empty box. So, and this was freight going to an artillery range in the northeast. So the people who saw it were a tad nervous, didn't particularly fancy trying to open them up. It took 4 hours to actually get hold of someone to confirm that they were empty, that they were expecting it. Fortunately, it was during a quiet period, so it was able to be segregated until the issue could get resolved. But been in a busy time, what do you do? Also seeing freight coming through with various ammo bins, things like Hellfire missile written on the side. There happened to be XMOD that had been sold on to a company that did robust packaging for people, hadn't bothered taking any of the class 1 symbols off. So it's very much like what you're playing at. Do you not think that someone may look at it and go, oh, I wonder if it is what it's declared on the side? No. I mean, certainly for a lot of things, if it gets damaged as returns, changes the rules. Car batteries, certainly there's a special provision. They're allowed to move around as long as they're properly stacked. You don't get any spills, and there's terminals are covered to prevent short circuits. So a lot of these goes through as general freight, not subject to ADR, despite the fact most of them have got a class 8 on the side. But then they get damaged. As soon as there's damage and there's a spill, then that special provision is negated. People seem to think they can, oh right, it's damaged, we'll just send it back the way it can. An awful lot of things, when there's some element of damage, can't go back the way that they came through. And then people have an awful job trying to determine what should be done. I mean, education is needed just to make sure people are aware, particularly in the logistics industry, so that people understand that they need to review these things. And also because dangerous goods packaging, particularly regulated packaging, is robust, it gets reused. So here we go, polymeric beads, potentially looks a full ADR consignment. Well, it's not. It's actually got metal castings inside. So there's an awful lot of packaging. People think, oh, that's strong, that's sturdy. We'll reuse it without thinking about what's declared on the side or what impact that may be. So, and with all these things, we've got the human factor. Somebody needs a little bit of training. This is a colleague sent this photo over to me. So what current at the moment with COVID, but yeah, you've got arrows for a reason. I don't know how quickly they got it sorted out after it was spotted. Don't know whether the boxes were actually full or not, but whether they are or not, it's still quite an issue. So that's just a few examples of some of the issues that we see in logistics, and then a bit of a plug for Bad GP. Do webinars, seminars when we can. We're looking to try and move more stuff online. We have an annual general meeting. I was fortunate, honoured to be elected chair in March, about 2 weeks before lockdown began. And certainly with the AGM, normally have industry people from the industry talking about what's going on, Department for Transport, ONR, police, CVA, quite a lot of different people coming in, just trying to give us information, because the whole point of Bad GP is supporting the dangerous goods community. Certainly in the UK, we're also members of IATA, which is the European Association of Safety Advisors. So we have connections in with what's going on in Europe and colleagues all around the world. And just a little thing, those are our websites, membership, very cheap for what we offer. So please come and join us. Help out where you can. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I'll just back up some comments we've had back from the floor about raising these kinds of issues that you're seeing out there. Great, typical to, it's typical of some of the rubbish that's moving around without regulation or without training, and emphasises the importance of your association. I know we get an awful lot from it, label line, but as dangerous goods professionals, it's really imperative, I think, that membership of your association, whether you're in the UK or anywhere else, and links to other similar associations is very important for anybody who's operating as a professional in this sector. So thank you very much, and thanks again to BADG for supporting our event. And
thank you for supporting us.
That's okay. I'm just going to wrap up now, Mark. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank all our presenters, and particularly those who have come at strange times of the day to present today. And I'd also like to thank all our sponsors, because without whom, of course, this couldn't have happened at all. And just to say that we're back again next week. We've got a full agenda. It's not quite such a long meeting. We've got IATA talking about the changes to the dangerous goods regulations for 2021. We've got talks on online training for both remote classroom training and lithium batteries. But we're going to be delighted to have two directors from IATA who are going to be updating us on what's going on in that world. I hope today's been useful for everybody who's attended. It's been a slightly longer day than we anticipated, but none the worse for it, I don't think. We've had some fantastic presentations. And then we're back here next week and back here again the week after with a whole load on a roundup and digital and digitization technologies in transport and emergency response, as well as a regulatory overview. So thank you all very much for attending, and don't forget that if you're looking to buy your regulations this year, we've had notice from IMO and IATA that counterfeit copies sometimes available. So just be sure that you get your publications from an authorised reseller. Thank you all very much. Good afternoon.